Hello, every Wait. Hello, everyone. A very good morning to all of you. Today is 5th of July, and I welcome you all to the Global Unity Conference. It's truly a pleasure to have all of you here today as we come together to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, that is climate change. And it is the theme of our very inaugural session. My name is Neha, and I'm currently pursuing my postgraduate diploma in management. Alongside my academic journey, I'm also working as an intern at Unifusion, where I have had this incredible opportunity to be a part of a team that's committed to creating impact driven initiatives. One such initiative is this very conference, which I'm very proud to be helping to organize. This year, the Global Unity Conference centers around the theme of climate action and global peace, with a focused lens on waste management, uh, water conservation, global unity, and unity in diversity. Now, how should we manage waste? Because how we handle our waste is directly linked to how we care for our planet. From reducing greenhouse gas emissions to protecting ecosystems and public health, responsible waste practices are essential to building a sustainable future. Today's gathering is not just about sharing ideas, it's about inspiring actions. It's about uniting experts, students, professionals, and change makers like all of you from all walks of life to collaborate, innovate, and lead the way forward. I again thank you all for being part of this journey. So let's make this conference a meaningful step toward global unity and climate resilience and also global peace. Now, before beginning this session, I would like to invite Mr. Shashir Srivastav, who is the CEO of Unifusion. So please, can you introduce yourself and say something about this conference?
Thank you, Ms. Neha. Thank you, everyone. And I would like to welcome all the international delegates to the conference, those who are watching us live, as well as Professor Katerina from Russia. You have joined us from Moscow. Thank you so much. You got up early in the morning. So I would like to say that this Global Unity Conference is a special initiative by Team Unifusion. We have in our team Mr. Navash Pandey, Ms. Shambhavi Mishra, Ms. Ashmita Singh, and we have got four interns. Ms. Neha, whom you are seeing, is one of them. Mr. Devesh Chaturvedi is another. Ms. Kriti Khanna is the third one, and fourth one is Mr. Abhinav Singh. So eight of us took this initiative because once we were doing a project with Team Unifusion this summers, we saw the Israel and Palestine war escalating to a level that Iran attacked Israel. And if there is an eye for an eye, then the whole world would be blind. So we have to learn how to mend our ways, how to change our heart, how to, you know, uh, make at a point that, we have to work towards world unity and world peace together, because if we do not take initiative, we will be giving our future generation a world that we saw in World War II. So another World War III, another World War IV, and the Earth will perish, right? So the only way to save our planet Earth is that we change our heart, we mend our ways. So this initiative by Team Unifusion is uh, imperative at this very junction, at this very hour of the humanity, because we would like to see the world to be united as one family. We are part of one human race. We are created by one God, one supreme being. So we'll have participants expressing their views today on different topics. And I'm very eager to hear from Professor Katrina what she has to say. So thank you, Ms. Neha, and over to you. And you may see who else has to be invited now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed a very insightful thing that you said, and you shared your experiences. Now, I'd
Thank
like
you.
to
Ms.
introduce.
Neha, I would just like to welcome Ms. Nina also. She has joined us from Siberia. She is also from Russia. Uh, she is Ms. Nina Goncharova, a very eminent peace promoter of the world. She has got a huge network worldwide. We are very thankful and lucky that she has also joined us early in the morning. And we will be listening to her in the next session.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure, sir, sure, sir. We welcome you, Miss Neena Gonzalova. It's an honor to have you here on this stage. Thank you so much for joining. Now, next, I'd like to invite Ms. Shambhavi Mishra. She's one of our associate partner with Unifusion. So, ma'am, can you please introduce yourself and say some words?
Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to be a part of Global Unity Conference, a gathering that reflects the collective vision and the hope for the global peace. So, together, we all should build a future which is greener, cleaner, and kinder for everybody, and hope for the best in the future. Thank you.
Thank you
And
so much,
Nia, you may
ma'am.
proceed now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, as we have already said that there are going to be 4 sessions in this conference, and the very first session is about waste management. So, the very first speaker that we are having is Professor Katerina. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Professor Katerina is an accomplished peace and human rights advocate from Georgia, widely known for her work in international diplomacy, interfaith dialogue, and conflict resolution. With over 2 decades of experience, she has worked with key organizations, including the International Association of Liberal Religious Women and UNESCO, affiliated peace forums, contributing to cross cultural understanding and non violent communication. Professor Katerina has been instrumental in promoting gender equality and peaceful coexistence through her educational and diplomatic engagements. She has served as a speaker and facilitator in global conferences across Europe, Asia, and Africa, addressing issues ranging from post conflict rehabilitation to the empowerment of women in faith communities. Her calm diplomacy, scholarly insight, and unwavering commitment to unity have earned her recognition as a bridge builder among diverse groups. Professor Katerina continues to inspire future generations like us by advocating for inclusive peace and sustainable development rooted in mutual respect and shared humanity. We welcome you to the conference, ma'am. You are the stage is all yours, and you can share your viewpoints on the climate change, which is today's theme. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Dear Neha, thank you so much for this very expanded and kind introduction of mine. I have learned so many things about myself right now, and I'm so appreciative of the numerous tasks and obligations that I'm undertaking, being a teacher and researcher that you have just kindly stressed and underlined. Thank you so much.
We are honored.
Thank you. And my very special honor and thanks go to my dear friend and a devoted fighter, but in a very peaceful way, to Dr. Shishir Srivastava, with whom we have been keeping very warm relations, both academic and friendly, for more than, I guess, 10 years. And I'm so much appreciative of the experience and knowledge I gained from Dr. Shishir Srivastava, who is an eternal and endless source of inspiration for those of us who fight and promote peace for the sake of the future generations that you have just mentioned. And my greatest warmings go to the whole Unifusion team. Thank you very much for this conference. It's a great pleasure and honor to be part of this conference. Thank you. And I would like to say a few words about the topic of my speech today, which is not directly linked to climate change, but it somehow underlies the communication between human beings. Since I'm the expert in communication and linguistics and political linguistics in particular, I'm interested in topics that give more light, that give us a better understanding of how we humans communicate and reach understanding in intercultural dimension and intercultural contexts. And I would like, keeping in mind this broader context, I would like to speak about empathy today. So empathy has become a buzzword that is widely used today by academic scholars and also by teachers, by coaches, by ordinary people. And everybody wants to stress the importance of empathy for becoming social and moral agents. So to become social and moral agents, everybody says that we need to be empathetic. So moreover, empathy is widely recognized as a social glue that enables understanding between people. And interestingly enough, that empathy is associated closely not only with emotions, but with rational part of our mind. So we not only understand people rationally through the empathy, but we also feel we share emotions with other people. So in my speech today, I'm not going to defend the importance of empathy in intercultural setting because that's pretty evident. But what I'm going to do is to reshift our focus from purely psychological and philosophical aspects of empathy to practical ones, how we can apply empathy in intercultural dialogue and how we can teach better our students to be effective in intercultural dialogue. But first, I would like to start just with some very important notions to keep in mind. So they are fundamental in terms of biology, neurobiology, and philosophy when we talk about empathy, to understand what are the roots of empathy. So the term itself, empathy, comes from the German word einfühlen, which means feeling into. So it was translated in the English language like empathy. So before the term was coined in the 20th century, everybody spoke of empathy, or it was replaced by another very good and important word, sympathy. But let us keep in mind that sympathy is not equal to empathy. I think David Hume is one of the best to express, the whole idea of empathy. He used to say that the minds of men are mirrors to one another. So when we communicate, we mirror, we reflect the minds of each other's, the emotions of each other's. Empathy was first started by aesthetics, by the philosophy of aesthetics, because when we see beautiful objects around us, we rapidly understand that they are beautiful. If you look at the where you are now around, and if you identify a number of objects around you, you will easily and very directly say what objects are beautiful and what objects are not. And the aesthetics, philosophy of aesthetics was really interested to investigate how does that happen, that we understand, that we see beautiful things so immediately and so directly. And the response to that was empathy. So we, as humans, we project the understanding of beautifulness, the understanding of beauty into the objects around us. So simply saying, if we put it in a very simple words, we see something beautiful outside because this is the beauty that we project on these objects. And we think that these objects contain our own beautifulness. So this is just the very primary things about empathy. So in this context, empathy is understood as inner imitation. We imitate other people, we imitate the reflections of other objects, and moreover, we put our own ideas, notions, understandings into other notions, and we see ourselves mirroring in other objects. So that was the beginning of the 19th century. Everybody understood that such thing exists, that we mirror the world around us, but nobody knew what are the mechanisms behind it. Back in 1980s, the Italian biologist the Italian biologist Rizzolatti discovered mirror neurons. And from that moment on, we understand that empathy is embedded into us humans on neurobiological level. So I will stop here with neurobiology and philosophy just for us to understand that notion of that empathy is something that is embedded in us, in humans, biologically. So we have this mechanism which is given to us by nature to understand each other, but to reflect the world in our consciousness, and also to see the world as a reflection of our own inner world. So these ties are really difficult. So, but what does this information give to us, teachers of intercultural communication and just practitioners of intercultural communication? For now, we know with you that empathy is embedded into our human nature. And there is another point important to mention, that empathy has got cultural settings and cultural fluence. So this is all what we know about empathy. But where do we get later? So it's biological, it has culture inside. But what comes next? How can we apply this knowledge to develop empathy in our students? So the hermeneutics, Gadamer and Heidegger introduced a very important notion of relational empathy. This is my primary focus for today. What is relational empathy? So in cross-cultural settings, empathy is the ability to emotionally and rationally experience others. It requires adaptation of our own culture, of our values, to ones shared by another person. And to be culturally empathetic means to be able to adapt our own behaviors, our own attitudes, perceptions, reasoning to the norms and values of others, of other people. Empathy can be conceived here as a crucial competence and attitude in building inclusive society, in building inclusive relationships with other people. And we know that there are certain barriers to that, like prejudices, like stereotypes, like lack of cultural sensitivity. But psychologists tell us, well, we know that these barriers exist. What we can do, the best thing we can do, is to pretend that we can get into shoes of other people and we can feel, act like other people, knowing or understanding or trying to guess their motivation. Another way out of these very difficult situations with stereotypes, with prejudices, is to forget about our own experience and just to accept the norms of other culture. But in this case, what we confront with you would be conflict, because we cannot give up our own culture to understand others better. We cannot become another person to understand that person, his feelings, emotions, motivations better. So what should we do in this situation? Hermeneutics gives us the recipe that I want to share with you today to discuss it. So in an intercultural perspective, it does not make sense to be in the shoes or to get into the shoes of others, or to forget about your own culture. So what hermeneutics tells us, we should develop relational empathy. So what is it? What is it? Relational empathy means that we should create shared meanings in the process of dialogue. It's not that we forget about our own culture. It's not about that we forget about own values as people. We lose our individuality. But in quite contrary, what we try to do in intercultural dialogue is to form a shared meaning. What specialists in intercultural communication, they also call it third culture. So the emergence of third culture becomes really important. So the process of understanding others does not mean disregarding oneself in order to stand in the place of others. Rather, understanding is better viewed as a move from the separate, to some degree, thesis, according to Hegel, to antithesis positions and individual in our talk to synthesize together. So meanings are not brought from one culture to another. Meanings emerge in the process of intercultural dialogue. And this is, I think, very important to learn our students how to do. So we have to give away from prior strategies that tell us so you should know features of another culture and you should apply them, forgetting about your own culture. No, we cannot do it. So what instead we need to do is to develop shared meanings and understanding in the process of intercultural dialogue, and keeping our own stereotypes, keeping our own prejudices, still to be able to melt them into something different, into the third culture that that appears in the process of intercultural dialogue. So, and finally, just a few words to frame the talk that I have just provided, and thank you very much for giving this chance again. So finally, we should enhance our student to develop dialogical attitude. So it's not that I am the one talking. I'm the one talking with my stereotypes, with the prejudice that I have developed by that moment, because that's important. This is my life. This is me. No, we should refocus them on believing that it's more useful and efficient to be in a true dialogue when you are out of your prejudices, out of your stereotypes. You give birth to a more beautiful, more truthful notions about other people. So it's important to learn our students to be willing to put forth the effort necessary to work through differences, to demonstrate commitment to the encounter necessary to overcome likely breaking points, to be able to explore and negotiate alternative meanings for ideas and events, and to be willing to participate in the mutually creative exploration that occurs in the development of their third culture. So instead of trying to understand the other as a separate objective unity, the focus is on co-creating with the other a shared reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for such a wonderful speech. So we are having this conference live on YouTube also, and we are getting this compliment from all over India that you have said such great things. You talked about empathy, the way you described it, the way you said about what's the difference between sympathy and empathy, from the very rude thing. It was very enriching. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for connecting with us, for giving us time, and we look forward that in case we are going to organize further conferences, we look forward to have you as a speaker. Thank you so much, ma'am.
We'll be more than happy. Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So the next we have, we are having 3, 4 speakers in each session, and the next speaker that we are going to have in this session of Global Unity Conference themed as the waste management is Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra. He is the head of training and education at Adani GEMS Education and Research Institute, Mumbai. He is a celebrated educationist and innovator with over 30 years of transformative contributions to this field. A recipient of the National Teacher Award 2006 from the President of India, he is a certified expert in Six Sigma, NLP, and total quality management. Dr. Mehrotra specializes in academic audits, school quality assurance, and implementing Kaizen apps, earning recognition in the LIMCA and India Book of Records. A leading Udemy instructor, his 500 plus online courses have impacted 8 lakh learners across 180 countries. His leadership spans top institutions and roles, including principal and education officers at GEMS, a founder to the IoT Society of India and mentor with NCTE's National Mission for Mentoring. He continues to drive innovation in global education. So I now welcome Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra to take on the stage and say something about the conference and also about the theme along which this conference revolves. We welcome you to the conference, sir. Are you there, sir?
Hi Neha. Please wait for 5 minutes. He's joining.
All right, ma'am. So we'll be having Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra within a span of 5 minutes. So due to some unavoidable circumstances, Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra is unable to join as of now. He'll be joining us shortly. So in that time span, I welcome our CEO, Dr. Shishir Srivastav, to have some discussion with us in turn, with me, with Devesh, with Abhinav, and with Ms. Kriti. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Neha. We are very fortunate to have Professor Katrina Kabakitse addressing us and Professor Nina also joining us from Siberia. We have wonderful interns this summer working with Unifusion, and they have contributed a lot towards world unity and world peace by organizing this conference. So, firstly, I would like to invite Ms. Kriti Khanna and then Mr. Abhinav Singh, and thereafter Mr. Devesh, that to say a few words. We can first invite Ms. Neha. So, Neha, what do you think? How has been your experience working with Unifusion? What did you learn over these summers? And would you like to say something about this conference? What are your
Yes.
opinions?
Sure, sir. So initially, when I joined back at Unifusion as an intern on 5th of May, I vividly remember that day. So we all were very overwhelmed. We were having this thing ki we don't know how things are going to unfold. But when we started working, we had great mentor like you, like Nava sir, like Sambhavi ma'am, and Ashmita ma'am has always been a very great support for us. So the journey was very smooth. We get to learn a lot of things. Like we had this hands-on experience in diverse domain. Not just it was not restricted to something that is just marketing, but also like how to feel something. Like motivational counseling was something where we got to know how psychology works and everything. Apart from that, we had this opportunity to organize this global unity conference, which is running very smoothly. We had great speakers like Katerina ma'am, like Miss Nina Goncharova, and also Dheeraj sir. Rupali ma'am has also joined. I welcome her to the conference. Welcome ma'am to the conference.
And we also have Mr. Sunil Tuli. He is the director of Modern Group of Institutions. So, welcome, sir.
Welcome, so welcome to this conference. As I said, the theme revolves around climate action and global peace. Now, I'm the coordinator of this very first session, wherein I believe that waste management is a very critical thing. We always think that if somebody, we should not initiate it if people are not doing it, but we need to have this thing in our mind that we are the one to bring the change. Not if 100 people are not doing, we need to initiate something, and so that people will get inspired by that we are doing something great. So this is what my viewpoint is. I believe in circular economy, like reusing, reducing, and recycling. So this is what I wanted to say from my side. In
Excellent.
a
So, we
nutshell, it
now,
was.
since we have got speakers ready, Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra is also here, ready
Yes,
to
sir.
speak. And for we have Mr. Sunil Tuli also, sir. So, we would like to invite Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra. He is the head of Adani GEMS Education and Training Institute, which is running from Mumbai. He is based out of Lucknow. So, welcome, Dheeraj, sir. He has a huge experience. Neha, I would like you to introduce Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra,
Yeah,
please.
sure,
Thank
sir.
you.
Welcome to the Global Unity Conference, sir. We are honored to have you at this stage. So, Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra, he is Head of Training and Education at Adani James Education and Research Institute, Mumbai. He is a celebrated educationist and innovator with over 30 years of transformative contribution to the field. Dr. Mehrotra specializes in academic audits, school quality assurance, and implementing Kaizen and 5S practices in education. He has authored over 200 books and developed 150 plus free mobile apps, earning recognition in the Limca and India Book of Records. A leading Udemy instructor, his 500 plus online courses have impacted 8 lakh learners across 180 countries. His leadership spans top institutions and roles, including principal and education officer at James. As founder of the IoT Society of India and mentor with NCTE's National Mission for Mentoring, he continues to drive innovation in global education. We are really very, very honored to have Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra with us today to join on this Global Unity Conference. So the stage is all yours. I'd like you to say something about the conference and your viewpoints and share your viewpoints with all of us.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha. Well, respected dignitaries, globally, fellow educators, environmental leaders, and delegates all across the world. Well, friends, it's my privilege to stand before you today at this esteemed World Unity Conference, where a shared vision of global sustainability and peace unites our hearts and minds. Today, I speak on a cause that urgently needs our collective attention, that is, climate action through effective waste management. I'm thankful to the convener of this event, Dr. Shishi Srivastava, for being kind enough to allow me to speak at this platform in this capacity and share my views. Friends, I believe strongly that in every corner of the world, from bustling metropolis to particularly rural, like we have in India, heartlands, we face a growing threat that is waste mismanagement. Be it plastic choking our oceans, e-waste piling in our backyards, or toxic air, particularly from open landfills, waste has become a global crisis that demands a global response. And while climate change may feel like an abstract idea to many, waste is tangible, it's visible, smellable, and solvable. The way we manage our waste reflects our relationship with the earth. We extract, use, and discard, often without thinking of the consequences. But it's time to evolve from a throwaway culture to a regenerative one, where nothing is wasted and everything has a value. This is the essence of a circular economy thinking, and it must be from the bedrock of our climate response. Waste management is not just a sanitation issue, it's a climate strategy. Landfills emit methane, a greenhouse gas many times more potent than carbon dioxide. Plastic pollution harms marine life and infiltrates our food chains. Hence, improper disposal of electronic waste releases toxic chemicals that contaminate soil and water. The time to act is now and together. What we need is a AAA approach. And I wish each one of us take this forward as a mission to practice awareness, educating people, especially youth, about the impact of waste and their role in reducing it. Also, implementing, that is the action, implementing segregation at source, composting, upcycling, and reducing the single use plastics. Also, accountability, holding producers, corporations, and even ourselves responsible for what we consume and how we dispose. As educators, we have the unique power to shape minds, shape the mindsets. Our classrooms must become green classrooms. Let every school be a zero waste zone. Let every student be an ambassador of change. We must teach our children not only mathematics and science, but also the science of sustainable living. Globally, we must come together to share technologies, strategies, and policies. Countries with successful waste to energy programs must guide others. Developing nations need both support and investment to manage the waste effectively. Climate justice must also include waste justice, ensuring no community bears the burden of the world's trash. Through unity, innovation, and sustained commitment, we can turn the tide. Let us not wait for future generations to clean up our mess. Let us lead by example today. Let this conference be a turning point, a call to not just act, but act wisely and together. Waste is not just a problem to be dealt with, it's an opportunity to demonstrate humanity's potential to reinvent. And friends, recover and regenerate should again be a priority. Let us commit our united world citizens to turn waste into wealth, pollution into progress, and crisis into climate action. Thank you, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. The experiences you shared, the way you talked about the circular economy, the way you said about the things that we need to think scientifically, it was very motivating, and we all will manage waste very effectively. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out your time and joining us for this Global Unity Conference. We're really honored to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So the next we have with us is Mr. Sunil Tuli. He is a renowned educationist with a great experience in the field of education. Uh, like he has contributed a lot in all over Lucknow in major schools. He believes in the global peace, and he also believes in the themes of our conference, the climatic actions and the global peace. Mr. Sunil Tuli, sir, I welcome you to the conference. And I now invite you to please share your viewpoints about the theme of the conference. Thank you, sir. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this conference today. Thank you, Dr. Shishir Srivastava, for initiating this conference on a global platform with such renowned speakers. And the topics which he has chosen are really praiseworthy. They are the need of the hour today: waste management, and the university in diversity, water conversation. They are all for our future generations to enrich from these. It is for them that actually the people of today should start thinking about reduction, be it waste. It can be utilized also. The resources can be utilized. Farmers are our basic example. They use the what we call waste, the cow dung. They use it for biogas. The waste that is accumulated, that is used as landfills. As far as it also contributes in a way for the cleanliness, for a better environment that we can have tomorrow, that we can create tomorrow. And I believe the inception of it, the seeding of it, can start both in schools, where the children practically spend on an average 6 to 7 hours, and uh, even at home, because I think it's a parallel mechanism. Children should be groomed about waste management, cleanliness, water conservation, even air pollution. And I'm happy even that the government is quite aware and taking rigorous action, especially in metropolitans. Like they have created, upper limits for the diesel vehicles to ply on them. They're promoting EVs for a better, clean environment, considering the air quality index that we get today. Even for water conservation, they are having plans of creation and diversion of water through dams and creating water reservoirs. So it is even at the school level that these issues should be taken up. They should be brought into curriculum. Children should be made aware that for tomorrow, for today, we have enough water, but it's obviously calculated that several hundred years down the line, there will be scarcity of water, good quality of air. And to that, even the waste management contributes a lot. When we travel to European countries, we really appreciate that, wow, it is so clean, because they are supposed not to throw waste or garbage on any public areas. And the same grooming can be done at the school levels, with children being educated. As I said, it's a parallel mechanism at home and at school level, both. If the children are groomed for better management of whatever waste is there, the households, the way they dispose the waste has become auto-channelized through the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which is trying to create a vibe amongst Indians that yes, we need to manage our waste properly and discard it properly in proper areas, designated areas, in their designated bags, blue and green and red, so that even in hospitals it is being adapted today. Overall, uh, it is just a coordinated effort. If it is thought about seriously by every individual, that they do not need to throw the waste or the garbage and make the place more cleaner, like India has started coming up with, which is the cleanest city in India. And for the past 3 years, Indore is getting the title of the cleanest city. So if we, as citizens of Lucknow, make this initiative in Delhi, in every city for that reason, every district down, that we will make our city clean, then we'll be giving a better environment, better air quality, better water, less polluted water, to the society and the generations for a healthier life. So overall, I congratulate Dr. Shishir for incorporating, taking all the topics which are for a better environment, greener planet for tomorrow, and it's high time that yes, children are groomed and even the adults adhere to cleanliness norms and proper following guidelines. Even the government has started initiating. We just have to follow. They have started implementing it. They have started sending uh, their vans in every locality. They're trying to create municipalities which are the colonies wherever they are developing for proper waste management through the sewer lines, to the proper designated areas for the proper cleanliness and refiltering. So, you know, together we can. So it would be a team effort. First of all, if it's the realization thought is put seeded in the mind of the child that yes, we need to make our planet more cleaner for these reasons, for our future, for our own future generations. I believe yes that tomorrow even India would have far better cleanliness. Like if one city can, all other cities can. So we just need to follow these steps and try to improvise on our habits a little bit. I'm sure it will be a much more greener and healthier and cleaner planet in the years to come.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very inspiring speech. Thank you for your time, sir. Your speech truly
Thank you.
reflected speech truly reflected the essence of your profession as an educationist. You talked about the guidelines we need to inculcate. We need to groom our students that what waste management is. It was very enriching, very insightful. Thank you so much, sir. We were honored to have you on stage, and we had this opportunity to listen from you. So, on behalf of
Thank you so much for having me here today.
you're most welcome, sir. We are honored. I'm very honored, and I want to say this on behalf of Unifusion team that thank you so much for joining us and having this conversation with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
And now I'd like to ask Dr. Shishir sir to please say something and make this conference a great success. And let's move forward with his conversation.
Well, thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank Professor Katrina once again for giving her valuable time. It must be early in the morning in Moscow, around 7 a.m., when she must have been online to be with us. She is a professor, she is very occupied. Thank you to Ms. Nina, and thank you, Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra, for taking out time. Thank you, Tuli sir, Mr. Sunil Tuli, for taking out time to address us on the very valuable topic of how we can reduce carbon waste, make our world more greener, peaceful, and sustainable. So we are all not just educators. I would say we all are global educators, and Modern Academy group of institution, which Mr. Sunil Tuli represents, we had recently awarded them with the Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr. Rajiv Tuli sir, who is the director. And we are also very happy that Mr. Siddharth Tuli, the next generation in the Tuli family, he is the director of Modern Academy in Gomti Nagar, a very prestigious school. And they had a wonderful country topper when it came to CBSE and ICSE board results, 99.75, one of its kind. And so I would like just to say hello to Siddharth before I would like to invite my partner and good colleague, Mr. Navash Pandey. Siddharth, are you here? Mr.
Yes,
Siddharth
sir.
Tuli?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm here, sir. Hello,
Would you
sir.
like to say a few words how your experience has been now that you have completed your education and you are now running an educational institute? Would you
Um,
like to say something about the global unity? How would you like to bring about global unity working here in Lucknow?
okay, so I think so the transition has been very smooth, because I was already in an educational institution and now I'm running one. I'm learning right now. So it's been a very smooth process, and I think Dad and my uncle, Mr. Sunil, has helped me a lot. And I think we have been given some SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, and I think we can inculcate that into our educational institutions, and all over in Lucknow. We can run some kind of initiatives and promote them. So yeah, that's I think we can go ahead with that.
Excellent. All change, whether it's globally or nationally, it becomes locally. So thank you for that commitment. And we definitely, Dr. Dheeraj Malhotra inspired us with a speech on how we can commit to sustainable development. In fact, in Hotel Taj, when your father was being honored, we had a SDG pledge immediately after lunch, and Dr. Dheeraj Malhotra conducted it. So we all are together. I believe we have a huge commitment and a huge responsibility towards our next generation and the next generation and the generations to come. So, yes, and just as we had Ms. Shambhavi Mishra addressing us, her better half, Mr. Navash Pandey, is also here. He is my good colleague, friend, and brother. So, welcome, Mr. Navash Pandey. He was occupied, but he took out time. Thank you so much. And I would like you to address what do you feel that how we can bring about global unity through Unifusion?
Thank you so much, Dr. Shishir. How are you? First of all,
Good.
and a very warm welcome to everyone. I'm really sorry that I was a little occupied. That's why I got a bit late. But I was hearing everything, the conversation which were going on. And I think the climate change and to work upon the climate change is the most important thing the whole world has to do right now. Why and how it is being done also. Because I think the world unity and peace is all dependent on how the climatic conditions are going to be in the future. And as Siddharth Tuliji said that also mentioned that UN is also taking initiatives. So the very latest initiative which I heard about was that it is providing carbon credits to the companies which are doing which are reusing the water, planting the trees, or any other thing where it is avoiding carbon waste. So there are two type of organizations which are working. One is the organization which is by the virtue of its nature that it has to produce toxic waste like chemical industry, leather factory, but they cannot. But UN has, or the government, like if I speak about India, the government of India has said that you have to have certain credits in your portfolio because you are producing so much waste. You are producing so much carbon waste. So how can they buy it? Because they cannot start doing another business of planting trees or reusing water in some way. So now the other company, the other organization which are doing this, they are monetizing it. They are giving it the carbon credits to them, which can be sold to those companies. So this is kind of a motivation for the companies which are doing it in a good way to monetize it. And every carbon credit has its value and it appreciates over the period of time. So I think this way and like initiatives like this, our world can also become a very good place and livable place, more livable than it is today. So thank you so much.
Right. Very well said, Navaji. Mr. Navash Pandey just elaborated on how carbon credits, how you can gain them, how you can transfer them, and make world a better place. An excellent way and motivation. Now companies have to be responsible towards producing their sustainability report. That's what I learned while I was in Geneva to do my master's in international relations 2 years back. So all over the world, they have EU has made it compulsory, mandatory that every company has to produce a sustainability report, not just their balance sheet, not just file their ITR, but also how sustainably they are being responsible towards planet Earth. So that's a good initiative, and this session has been very insightful, and we have started on a good note. It's 11 a.m. and we were supposed to close this session soon now. So I would just like to, once again invite, I have with me another speaker, another delegate, and that's a principal, I believe, Rupali ma'am. Rupali ma'am, you're here. Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir. Yes, yes.
Good
It was
morning, ma'am.
very interesting and an insightful session. I was
Right.
I missed the beginning part, but still I got to your points, sir. Definitely, it's a very sensitive issue. I would like to congratulate you that you have taken this initiative and all those delegates, those who are speaking in such a wonderful manner, we can join them on a same platform. So
Right.
that's hats off to you people that you people are talking on these sensitive issues. Yes, really we need it. because we have to make our planet so that everybody can live peacefully and can lead a happy life. Congratulations, sir. That's a
Thank you.
wonderful words.
Ma'am, would you like to say anything that your school is doing and how you are doing it? Maybe, or you
Definitely,
would
sir.
like to
As
do that?
Siddharth said, that we want to add on SDGs, and we are trying to how these SDGs can be implanted in the children. It not should not be like only talking on these aspects. We need to
Right.
imbibe these qualities so that really we can make and bring some changes in the education field as well as in the environment. Because if environment will be peaceful, then only we all can live happily and survive in a very, very effective manner. So as Siddharth and
Definitely.
sir has already given you a good insight on that. So I would like to congratulate you for this very, very good initiative.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Yeah, I would like to thank all the speakers who are present here, and I would like to thank all the interns who made it possible for us to, conduct this meeting. They were up here early in the morning from 9 a.m. And a special thanks to, Professor Katrina, to Miss Nina, who is watching us, and she'll be addressing us. She has got a wonderful presentation. So at 12:30, we will come back here again, and you must see her presentation. She has created a wonderful peace village in Siberia. Over last 30 years, she has built a community of peace lovers, and people all over the world, they come to this peace village. Next year, she is inviting a delegation from India. She may also be coming to India, to Lucknow, to talk about this initiative. And recently, they are going to have this peace camp right from 26th of July onwards. So, but since at Unifusion we have just started, she has invited us. But perhaps next year we'll be taking a delegation from Lucknow to Siberia. It's a wonderful place. Siberia is a cold place. Temperatures go down as low as -30. But this time in summers, it's like a spring over there. The flowers, are mushrooming, and the gardens are green, and it's a beautiful place. It's actually a heaven on earth. If you see, I recently watched their video. They had invited me for a conference online, and they showed a lot of videos. It was wonderful the way people from all over the world, they come as if there is no war. They want to end war altogether. So just like slavery became a thing of the past, I mean, 200 years ago, slavery was normal. About 80 years ago, war was a normal thing. It was, okay to go to kill people, occupy territories, expand, until unless we had the UN Declaration for Human Rights coming in place on 10 December, way back in 1948. And now the in thing should be that all the global trade agreements, such as the World Trade Organization, the GATT, they have to reinforce sustainability measures. Whatever products you are buying, how much green credits you will earn, how much damage are they causing or not causing to the environment, that should be taken into account. And there has to be a sustainable carbon tax also on all the products, so that we put a check and balance on products that will do harm to the society, to earth at large, and to the next generation, not just to human beings, but to entire life on earth. So I think it's very important that in order to bring about global peace, first we should have globe safe. Right now, the planet is in such a situation that we need 2.5 Earths to sustain us. That means we need, every human being is wasting so many products. So it has been a great insight. And, Professor Katrina especially highlighted the importance of having empathy in communication. Like if you have empathy towards different cultures, toward internationalism, we don't think that we'll have war anymore. So with this, we come to an end, and I would like to thank all the delegates present over here. Mr. Himanshu Pandey was here. I can't see him now. But yes, we would like to thank Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra, Mr. Sunil Tuli, Professor Katrina, Ms. Nina, and we'd also like to thank Mr. Siddharth Tuli and Ms. Rupali for joining us. And to all interns, Ms. Neha, Ms. Kriti, Mr. Devesh, Mr. Abhinav, and Ms. Ashmita from Unifusion, who made it to the occasion. And a special thanks to Ms. Shambhavi Mishra and to Mr. Navash Pandey for making all this possible for all of us. Thank you so much. Have a great day. And this link and this the YouTube link will remain the same. The Zoom link will remain the same. This conference will go on from now. The next session will start at 12:30. you are welcome to join that as well. So Neha, you may please conclude the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dr. Shishir and Unifusion for having us over today.
Right. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you so
sir.
much,
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Shishir. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Hello,
So
Nina. We can see you. Hello. Thank you.
Everybody's great.
I'd like to conclude this session by thanking all of you who are present here as speaker. We had great learnings from you all. We are so motivated for this climatic change that this new generation had to begin with. Thank you so much. We are really grateful to have all of you on the stage. Thank you to each one of you who have joined us for this Global Unity Conference 2025. We look forward to have these kind of conferences with you in the future as well, to make a great impactful change in the society globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Hello, so my
Hello.
name is Devesh. Okay, so my name is Devesh Chaturvedi, and today I'm feeling privileged to come in this event as from Unifusion Consultants, and we are doing this initiative which is known as Global Unity Conference, in which we are going to talk about global peace and also the conflicts that are arising and how can we solve these conflicts. Also, the theme for this session is going to be unity in diversity. As unity in diversity is an idea that also fascinates myself. And first of all, I just want to welcome everyone that have been with us in this event, Mr. Shishir Srivastava, Ms. Neena, and all the members of our peers, Ms. Shambhavi Mishra. Thank you very much for joining us in this event. And it's good that you can share your thoughts on this. So without any ado, I would like to call upon Mr. Shishir Srivastava to share his thoughts on the topic of diversity. So take the stage.
Thank you, Devesh. I'm very happy to be here with all of you, and we're very fortunate to have Ms. Nina Goncharova joining us. And also, we are expecting Mr. Peter Zorer from Austria, sorry, to join us. The very objective that Unifusion decided to organize this conference was because last month we had a very sad incident wherein Israel and Iran started fighting, and it came to a verge that we were almost about to start a World War III. Thankfully, America mediated, and the war did not escalate further. But during that fortnight, we decided to convene a global unity conference. We started sending messages of unity, of love, of peace, of unity between Israel and Palestine, of unity between Israel and Iran. Today when we see the realities, we think that, these realities are not going to change. But the fact is, everything that we are seeing in this world is a result of our thought process. The Constitution of UNESCO says that wars begin in the minds of men, and it is in the minds of men where defenses of peace have to be constructed. So there was a time when Israel and Palestine were very good friends. In fact, when after the World War II was over in 1945, the Jews started moving to the Middle East, and they were welcomed by Palestinians, and they were also given a space by the international community. So those were the times they both were living next to each other with peace and with love. There was also a time when Iran and Israel were very good friends till 1975. And during that time, nobody thought that Iran would be firing missiles on Israel, or Israel would be firing drones on Iran. Sadly enough, the things have changed. And for that matter, when we talk about our neighbor, Pakistan, there were never two countries called Pakistan and India till the midnight of 1947, August 15. So whatever realities we see now, whether it's a war between Israel and Palestine, and whether it's a war between Israel and Iran, whether it's the hostility between North Korea and South Korea. 3 generations ago, North Korea and South Korea were one country together. It is only the reality post 1945 that we are seeing a world that is hugely divided, becoming more anarchic, more divisive. But we have a firm hope and belief that the world can be united as one family. There can be more peace in Europe. There can be more peace in the Middle East. There can be more peace between North Korea and South Korea. And there can be more peace between India and Pakistan. So it says that history repeats itself. So whether we repeat the history of war or whether we repeat the history of peace-loving nations. So for thousands of years, India and Pakistan, when they were one country, they have lived in peace. It's only the reality of last 75 or 80 years that we have fought 3 or 4 wars. So with these words, we will start. We are here to listen to eminent speakers. We are very fortunate to have Mr. Peter Zorer joining us from Austria. Thank you so much. It
Hello.
must be early in the morning there, and you are up. You can
That's
see
right.
from his library how literate a person he is. He's always. I met him in California year before last, and when we met, we were together on many different occasions, and we made good friendship. He was almost about to come to India last year, but nonetheless, we are meeting here online. So I have my colleague, Mr. Peter Devesh. He's an intern with us. He would like to welcome you and introduce you, and then we will listen to you. So thank you for joining us.
Yeah, hello. I'm very happy to join this conference. I know very little about it. Gigi sent me some. Dr. Gigi sent me some basic information, and I thought I absolutely have to give it a chance because this is my favorite topic. It's peace and peace and unity. So, Dr. Gigi, you want me to? When do you want me to give my presentation?
Yes. So it will be now. Devesh, I hand it over to you. So please please welcome Mr. Zorer and please introduce him, and then thereafter we invite him to speak, please.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Peter, sir, for your fine words about the issue and about the topic. And at this point, I would like to welcome Sir Mr. Peter Zorer. Thank you for joining us, sir, and telling about some things about sir that Mr. Peter Zorer is a journalist. He is a human rights advocate and executive director of Forum of Religious Freedom Europe. He is also an independent civil society initiative citizen and which is committed to defending freedom of religion or beliefs. It's all about the defending the thinking and the thinking of people and the beliefs of the people. He also serves as an European Middle East coordinator of International Media Associate for Peace (IMAP), which promotes ethical journalism, media responsibility, and inter-religious understanding. With more than that, 2 decades of experience, Mr. Zorer has reported on religious discriminations, minority rights, and media ethics, and he is actively engaged in OSCE and UN. He is also a human rights activist, and he also thinks and talks about that topic also. So with this, I would like to invite you, sir, Mr. Peter Zorer, to share your thoughts on the main theme of the this session, which is unity in diversity and how can we create world peace. Thank you, sir. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. So it'll take about 10 minutes. Is this okay?
Yes, perfect. Sure, sir. You have 10-15 minutes, whatever you want to take. Please.
Okay, so I will only speak about this topic, respect of human dignity as a road to peace, rights, responsibilities, and reciprocity. This is based on a lecture by Dr. Jan Fiegel, who is the president of my organization. And he has been the former special envoy of the European Union for FORB, Freedom of Religion or Belief, from 2016 until 2020. And he is very quite famous here in Europe with regards to human rights. And his specialty is really human dignity, religious freedom and human dignity. And I think we can all agree about this, that this is very important. But I also merged in the principles of peace of the Universal Peace Federation, UPF. So let me just start. Dear friends, colleagues, fellow advocates of peace and human rights, this is a great honor to address you at this Global Unity Conference. We gather here from different backgrounds, cultures, and faiths, and yet we are united in the conviction that lasting peace is not only necessary, it is possible. But peace is not born in the halls of power alone. It is born in how we treat one another. It begins with respect for the dignity of the human person. Human dignity is not a slogan. It is the foundation of principle of both international law and moral conscience. It is the core truth that every person, regardless of peace, regardless of race, religion, gender, or status, is inherently valuable. From this truth, all human rights and duties derive. One of the most essential and yet most threatened of these rights is, guess what? It's freedom of religion or belief. We just call it FORB, F-O-R-B. This freedom is more than the right to attend church, mosque, temple, or synagogue. It is a right to seek, embrace, express, and live according to the deepest convictions of our heart and mind. And it's the right to conscience. And it defines who we are as human beings. FORB is what Dr. Jan Fiegel rightly called the litmus test of all other rights. Why is that so? Because when this inner freedom is respected, other freedoms tend to follow. Freedom of expression, association, the press, education. But when it is violated, we often witness a rapid decline into repression, discrimination, and even violence. Let me just have a sip of coffee because it's very early here in Austria, if you don't mind. Let me offer a sobering statistic. 9 out of 10 genocides in modern history have targeted religious or ethnic minorities. Can you imagine? 9 out of 10 genocides. From the Armenian genocide in 1915 to the Holocaust, the Cambodian killing fields, the Rwandan genocide, the atrocities against Yazidis and Christians in Iraq and Syria, religious identity has often been a primary target of totalitarian regimes or violent ideologies. I mean, one could add the latest genocides and also what is happening in Africa to many Christian groups, etc. These are not only tragedies of the past. Today, millions of people live under regimes where religious freedom is systematically denied. In China, members of Falun Gong, Tibetan Buddhists, underground Christians, and Uyghur Muslims face surveillance, re-education, forced labor, and imprisonment. In Nigeria, hundreds of schoolgirls and clergy have been kidnapped or killed by Islamist extremists. In Iran, members of the Baha'i faith are routinely persecuted. And in many so-called democratic countries, religious minorities face discrimination and stigmatization, often fueled by media or state-sponsored campaigns. The media is sadly playing just a side remark. The media is sadly playing such a dubious role in this. And often the media is just multiplying conflict instead of peace. And I'm constantly, with my organization, IMAP, International Media Association for Peace, we are constantly trying to remind the media of their original responsibility. It's a slow process, but we cannot stop. We cannot stop doing this. This global crisis of conscience reminds us that FORB is not a minority issue. It is a universal principle. It protects both believers and non-believers. It is enshrined in Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, "Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance." This freedom is at the heart, so unquote, this freedom is at the heart of the human being's spiritual, moral, and rational identity. If this is denied, then what remains of human dignity? Now, let us turn to human dignity itself. Dignity is not an invention of the West or of any religion. It is universally affirmed, even if articulated in different ways. It is the meeting point of secular and religious traditions. For example, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, drafted in 1948 at the United Nations, begins by affirming the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace. Article 1 reminds us all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. That was drafted 1948. I assume today one would say in a spirit of sisterhood and brotherhood. Right? Similarly, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union in 2000 names human dignity as the first founding value. Chapter 1, Article 1 reads, "Human dignity is inviolable. It must be respected and protected." But this principle, so unquote, but this principle is equally clear in the world's great religious traditions. For example, the Second Vatican Council's declaration Dignitatis Humanae proclaims that the right to religious freedom has its foundation in the very dignity of the human person. And then the Marrakesh Declaration 2016, signed by over 250 Islamic scholars and leaders, states, "God bestowed dignity on all human beings. This dignity requires that human beings must be granted freedom of choice." Unquote. These affirmations are not abstract. They have practical consequences. Where dignity is respected, people thrive. This is very important now. Let me repeat this. Where dignity is respected, people thrive, peace is possible, and society becomes more just. Where dignity is denied, conflict, exclusion, and oppression follow. So, but dignity is more than a basis for rights. It is also the foundation for duties, for what we owe to each other. In today's world, there's a troubling trend. We speak more and more about our rights, but less and less about our responsibilities. I'd like to repeat that. In today's world, there's a troubling trend. We speak more and more about our rights, but less and less about our responsibilities. We demand freedom, but we shy away from accountability. We claim dignity for ourselves, but too often ignore the dignity of the other. Let us be clear. Freedom without responsibility is not sustainable. A society that separates rights from duties will soon find itself drifting into conflict, selfishness, and division. So what is a culture of human dignity? What does it look like? It looks like people who act not only out of self-interest, but out of solidarity. It looks like citizens who speak the truth, even when it is unpopular. It looks like religious leaders who advocate for the rights of those outside their own tradition. It looks like equal citizenship based on equal dignity, regardless of ethnicity, gender, or faith. Everyone must be treated not as a problem to be solved, but as a person to be respected. Equal dignity means equal protection under the law. Equal dignity means equal opportunity to contribute to society. Equal dignity means that your faith, your conscience, your name, and your beliefs are not grounds for persecution, but for participation. And let us remember, we are equal in dignity, but not the same in identity. Our cultures, languages, histories, and worldviews differ. And this is not a weakness, it is a strength. Diversity, grounded in dignity, leads not to chaos, but to creativity. We must move from merely tolerating difference to valuing it. Let me repeat this. We must move from merely tolerating difference to valuing it, so long as it does not violate the dignity of others. Finally, human dignity is not a one-time achievement. It is a daily practice. It is the art of being human in every situation. It is about how to speak, how we listen, how we welcome the stranger, how we care for the vulnerable. In this sense, dignity is not a theory, it is a way of life. In many cultures, this has been expressed through ancient ethical rules. There's something called the Silver Rule. The Silver Rule teaches, do not do unto others as you would not have them do unto you, unquote. This is the principle of justice, tolerance, and non-harm. But higher still is the Golden Rule, which teaches, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, unquote. This is the principle of empathy, compassion, and active love. Together, these two rules represent the moral structure of human dignity. They challenge us not only to avoid doing harm, but to actively seek the good of others. This is what peace is made of, not silence, but solidarity. Dear friends, in a world filled with noise, conflict, and confusion, the call to human dignity is more urgent than ever. If we want to preserve our freedom, we must protect the freedom of belief. If we want to uphold our rights, we must embrace our duties. If we want to live in peace, we must begin by respecting the dignity of every person, not only those who agree with us, but especially those who differ. Let us not be afraid to speak of dignity. Let us not be ashamed to defend conscience. Let us not grow tired of building bridges across the barriers of belief, culture, or nations. The road to peace is paved with respect for truth, for freedom, for conscience, and above all, for one another. Let us walk this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry?
Thank you, sir,
Thank you
for your
so much.
thoughts.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your thoughts, and especially the line that you said that when the dignity is respected, people thrive, and I like the way you connected both things: the success of the people, the empowerment of the people, with their dignity being respected. With that, I would like to include, and I would like to invite Mr. Shishir Srivastava to share his thoughts on the thought process that Mr. Zoran has shared. And please, sir, tell us that what do you think about this?
Thank you. Excellent speech, Mr. Zorar. You enlightened us about how religious minorities and somewhere even majorities are being, they are marginalized, they are being punished, and they are not allowed to practice religion of their choice. Be it the Baha'is in Iran being prosecuted, be it, people in Nigeria, the girls, being kidnapped. And, it's not just about one religion alone. It's not about any one particular region torturing the other religion. The same religion you see is being tortured in one country by another religion, and the one religion which is torturing the other religion is also being tortured by another country by another religion. So this is a vicious circle. It is going on and on and on. And I think what solution you have proposed is the right to human dignity, and also the right to being more responsible citizen of the world, not just aligning yourself with a particular religion or with a particular caste, community, or a nationality alone. I think we all need to become global citizens, not just by mindset or in thoughts or in speech, but by actions and taking the responsibility. If we behave in a particular way, our next generation will behave in the same way. You're right that media also has to behave more sustainably. Media has to become more responsible. They should not promote stories which, provocate violence, which provoke, inhuman values. I think we all need to uphold the value of and a spirit of both, as you said, brotherhood and sisterhood. We should uphold humanity as supreme. And also we should have respect for not just humanity, but for all life on earth. That is to say that even the lives of animals, plants should be treated with respect. So thank you for, getting up so early on a Saturday, on a weekend, and yes, and coming to us, enlightening us, and giving your lifelong wisdom. What your organization is doing is, very commendable. I would like to congratulate you, and we have got great regards for the founder of your organization, because until unless the rights of everybody, including practice of religious freedom, is encouraged, we will not have a peaceful world.
I'm very impressed, Dr. Shishir. You really picked up key points there. What I just want to reiterate, what you said, that not only there's state-imposed religious persecution, but also religions amongst each other. And that is even more criminal than state sanctions religious persecution, because religions, they should understand and promote the key notion of what a religion is, which is human dignity, right? when one religion opposes another religion, it's unforgivable, actually. And the worst genocides, as we heard, amongst, because of fundamentalist religions. So we have a long road ahead of us to change the world, to create a better world, the world of peace, right? Yeah, okay. Thank you for your feedback.
So excellent. And we look forward to inviting you again and again, not just in this forum, but also we are going to create an Interfaith Harmony Forum also. I think your words are very valuable. Your thoughts, your experience, your work is very valuable, not just for, Europe alone, but for the entire world. Because what we are seeing is, religious animosity is like a world devouring fire. Religion should be the cause of building up unity, building up peace, respecting humanity, and protecting the planet Earth. And we have another wonderful speaker just like you. Her name is Miss Nina Goncharova. She treats that we have only one Father, that is God. And she says that there's only one Mother Earth. And we have to be under the guardian, keeping them as their guardian. We should have to be in their patronage of one Father for entire humanity and one Mother for entire humanity, one God and one Mother Earth. So over to Mr. Devesh. And before that, we thank Mr. Peter Zorer once again. Thank you for sparing your very, very precious time. We know that you are always reading and you're always traveling to bring about world unity and world peace. That's truly commendable. So you will be part of our network from now. And Nina and I are building a network of peace educators. You will be a part of it. We'll invite you. And if there is any network wherein you would like our services to be involved from India or from Siberia or Russia, please do make us a part of yours. So over to Mr. Devesh. Please take the session ahead and please thank Mr. Peter and also invite Ms. Nina Goncharova introducing her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you,
feel
sir.
very honored. I feel very honored to be in this circle. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Am I to wait for Devesh to present me or just to begin?
We'll introduce you first.
Okay.
He will introduce you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just going to introduce you.
So happy to
Then
see
you can.
I'm very happy to be with you, Shishir, and with all of you, wonderful people with great thoughts and inspirations. And especially, I really loved the presentation of Peter from Austria, because this has been my vision for many years, that not only human rights, but human responsibility, that we are responsible for our life and for life on earth. And today, I would love to share my visions with you, my views and actions, our actions, not mine. I represent the growing team of the transition and the growing critical mass of awakened people. And the Earth is our common home project. And today I would love to be together with René Wadlow, President of Association of World Citizens. I sent him this link, but maybe he was not able to be with us. I'm not sure now. So I would love to tell you about the huge, huge enlightenment I have had during all my life, based on both theory of unity, of global unity, because really we have one God and one heaven and one earth, and one humanity and one human family. We are all one. I traveled through 20 countries and I found out that we are really all one, all one. We are humans. This is what makes us united and just be one. And so I think that Peter and René would be acting together. This I envision and promise. He's a grand, wise man who is capable to see and feel through distances. He knows everything, and now I think that the divine justice will prevail, because I will tell you the truth about what I have been witnessing for 17 years. The day after tomorrow, I move to Siberian community again. It is a foundation of a new human society. Just feel that it is really so. Usually we start our meetings and our gatherings with co-tuning. Let's co-tune to each other. Let's simply feel each other now, for a moment at least. For me, today is a historical day, because I really hope that the dream of my beloved close friend Federico Mayor, who passed away recently, was about human dignity. And I will tell you about the experience in Siberia. When I traveled the world for some 20 years, presenting the collective educational actions, good actions for people to become one, to be simple, to be open, to be sincere like children, and so on, I suddenly found out a great treasure close to my eyes, to my garden, so to say, in Siberia. So for 30 years, I'm sorry for my vision, but it is my total knowledge, truth, that there is one truth on earth, that we are one, we are all humans. And there was and there is a real true teacher for entire humanity, who respects everybody. He allows everybody to be free and express his dignity. His name is Vissarion. He's now put into prison because not everybody wants for people to be free and happy. And I have been witnessing thousands of people, imagine, from 16 countries and from all over Russia, many thousands of people who have become self-sufficient, happy, free, doing what they love to do, taking care of each other. And this is truth. And I'm very happy that Shishir had this wonderful opportunity to really witness it, because he listened to my, so to speak, advice to feel what is happening in Siberia. It is like fairy tale, living fairy tale. Nobody believed in this unless they come. And I know that you will also come. And my dream is to create this very peace village, this very place, to live together, to be together for 3 or more days, and then to create this place for people to be together, to live together, as a crossroad of creative powers for the pole of peace that we are creating for many years. But many big tasks demand big cooperation. That's great. That's really great. So what I would love to share with you is the truth about human relationships, first of all. And it is peace inside, peace outside. Because when we are at peace, then we radiate that peace. And we do not fight with anybody. We should love them. Love your enemy, it is said in the Bible or somewhere in a wise book. It is a great wisdom not to express any aggression under any circumstances. And now imagine, I just really felt that very truth. I listened to it, to the teacher Vissarion every day. And I really feel that it is my truth. It is the truth for every human being, as it says that we should burn out the qualities from within us. And the greatest heroic action is to win ourselves our capacity to feel egoistic things, to think about ourselves but not about others, and so on. We should burn it out because it have been collecting inside us for many, many millenniums. So when we meet this or that conflict, so to speak, it means that it is we. We have it inside us. This is what I noticed. And I hope that we could change ourselves, and by changing and burning out those not needed qualities anymore, and really creating totally non-harmful but creative, we can really enter the world of our dream. That's why together today is a grand historical event. I express my unlimited gratitude to my close friend, Dr. Shishir Srivastava. We met in India in 2010, and I remember our conversation. He said, "Nina, new world will be." I said, yes. And so 16 years passed, and now we create this Unifusion. Unifusion is great invention. I told Shishir already, because fusion is when we create this fusion of our hearts, and we are really one, but we should only learn to feel it, to experience it. And today I am going at the second part. Shishir allowed me even to have these two small presentations with videos. I have been preparing it with great love for all of you. And I hope that together we will invent our common endeavor. We should work together. And my favorite topic is not only human rights, but human responsibility. As Peter mentioned, I really support it. I understand that it is we who are responsible, but we should not act. We should win ourselves, and by changing ourselves, we should change the world. The world would change itself, because people, we consist of us, and we are all really one. So in this very community, in this foundation of new society, if you come, but just simply feel while I speak, they take grand responsibility for children, for youth. They create out without any financial support from governments. Sometimes governments now understand that they want to take part in it, but usually for but for 30 years, they have been doing everything by their own, together. Together is that magic word. And so they have many houses of creativity for children. There are more than it is more than 9 times more children than in any region of the planet, imagine. And those children, they grow up without negative images, without negative views, but only in positive way. It's so I sent to Renee and to all the people of our planetary team of the transition that I created. I was lucky to create this team for 20 years, traveling all over the world and finding out those people. And I dreamed about the opportunity to create a special platform for them, for all of us, including each of us or each of you, together with Shishir. And I think we can, maybe we will do it and when you come. By the way, I want to share very incredible, very simple news. Everything is here. We have everything. Some years ago, I was given a sketch for House of Friendship in Chirimshanka. I was so honored to have it, to feel this trust to me, because I do not live in that community, but I saw it with all my heart. And so yesterday, imagine, I called to that very man who gave me that sketch and said, I remember you told me that you created the round house in 3 days. He said, yes, it was so. I prayed and I made it with children. I said, can you do it? We have some small piece of land, and the next year there will be people from America, from India, and maybe other countries. He said, yes, let us do it. So that's why the day after tomorrow, I go there for the 26th of time. It will be our New Earth 26th expedition. And I felt really happy to have the editing wonderful words by Shishir Srivastava, who even better than me, who lived there for so many times, expressed the essence of this expedition. And I will be really happy if you will come, and this house will be there. And we will build another house together with children. I envision children and youth of the world of Unifusion, that they create this peace village by themselves, with us, with grown-ups who have become not harmful at all. As for technologies, believe me, there are all kinds of technologies, new technologies, for transforming the garbage, for cleaning the water, the earth, and so on. But the main technology is to become human, to realize that we radiate what we radiate. It depends the climate of planet Earth. We experienced it many times on Baikal Lake, in Altai Mountains, in Himalaya, when we were in peace and in that special state, and how the weather reacted. Blue sky and everything, just because we can do it. We people, who are we? And that's why in the evening, if you will be still here and join me with our videos, I want to show you only 3 paintings of mine. When I was traveling, I was always enlightened. I created my paintings at nights because I could not express the beauty that we have within us, and what can we do together, and we can do it. That's why I'm sure that we will create something very useful. As for my enlightenment about Shishir, okay, I will end very soon, finish.
Yes.
My final,
we would like to introduce you formally, and we would also like one video to be shown here.
Yes, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Once you are done, then please allow Devesh to formally introduce yourself, and then he has got the video. Either you can show the video or he will show the video.
Yes, okay. I remember that you told me about videos in the evening session. That's why. Okay, thank you so much. And I was going to send my enlightenment to pronounce about Shishir, Unifusion, and all of us and all of you, because I remember on our online event on Living Planet, Shishir said about some planetary school for world leaders. And that was our dream for many years. So I envisioned that very truth could be passed in a very simple way to them. Okay, so Shishir, I know that you have my videos and I cannot show them. You said that you will do it. You choose anyone you would love to. Maybe the visit card of New Earth for them to really feel. Is it possible?
Yes, so I'm requesting my good colleague, Mr. Devesh, to use you first, tell more about your work, and then we will do one video. After that, another video, and in the next session, we will also be showing some videos.
Oh, thank you so much. So my work has been
on the video, then we will ask you also to speak something about it.
Yes, and I would love to answer any question if you have those, if you have 1 or 2 or 3. And so my work has been about bringing people to themselves, to become humans, to become creators in spite of becoming, you understand how people can behave, because they're not to blame, not at all. They are simply they have these qualities living inside that do not allow us to be who we are. So that was my job. I traveled for 10 years for 25 cities all over Russia, then 20 countries all over the world, to bring the collective experience, how to come to yourself through education for life technologies, because they are very simple, they are very effective, and they are very joyful, like children like to do. They don't like to sit for a long time, to be serious, but to be open and so on. Then, and then when pantomime happened, I visited all the lands of my friends where they have seeds of new communities with very new attitudes, very new views. One of them is Sasha Stone, New Earth Project. It's a grand man, flying man, as I tell him. René Wadlow, who is here also, and many, many people. So my task was to put them together. It is incredibly not simple. Only we women can do it because our role is different than men have. We are not going to be visible, to be famous. We create atmosphere. And so creating atmosphere, this is what will amaze you if you come to Siberia, to that community, to the foundation of a new society, because they are now live for each other. So now I have my new step because of all of you. It is new path through culture, through arts, because I have been not producer, but just I love to make all kinds of full of meaning performances, and so I like culture with positive energy and positive information. I think it's enough maybe about me. I don't like to speak about myself. I love to unite children, people. I visited Auroville and many other places with communities, but the main, as far as I can feel as a woman, the key place, the foundation of new society is in Siberia. That's why when I was given many houses, lands, even palaces in different countries, I said, no, it should be in Siberia, in Russia. Okay, so I think it's enough maybe. Thank you so much, Peter. I love you so much. And you also, the young man, Devish, you're also very nice.
Show your video. He's going to show your video, Nina, now.
Okay.
Yes.
Go
to the video.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for your beautiful words. But now I would like to formally introduce you in this meeting. So Ms. Nina Goncho is an awakened visionary, international peace advocate, an educator, and an artist whose life work embodies her heartfelt motto: life is a celebration of creation.
A mother, a global traveler, Nina has spent over 3 decades bringing the message of unity and peace to the world through the arts. She is the recipient of the prestigious Reconciliation Award of her project Earth is Our Common Home, and has led global initiatives such as World Without Borders, the Peace Ship at Lake Baikal, and art-based new paths
according continents from Brazil and Taiwan to Paris.
Great.
Author.
Yes, I also envision it when you young people are together co-creating these new islands of life. By the way, when we had one of our seminars of 3 days and 3 nights, when you become one, really one, there was a dream of one of the Ukrainian women who lives in Siberia now. She said there will be a new map. There will be several islands of peace all over the planet, by the way, and it is our responsibility to do it. People are free. Some of them will join, some of them will not. All is well. Shishir, will you show the short version of that I created?
Yes. Sure. We will show you. We'll surely show now. After he's about to finish your introduction, then we will show.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I simply thought I react immediately when you said that they were a bit too long. It is really so, I know, because I was passionate about giving it up.
Yes.
But I am happy to create the short version.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and you make me happy.
Conti-
I am happy everywhere, every moment.
So continuing what I was saying, that about Miss Nina. Miss Nina is deeply connected to sacred lands of Atlai and Bakal. She envisions the creation of interconnected peace villages, self-sufficient communities founded on truth and human development. Her legacy continues to inspire education of life movement, helping countless individuals and reconnect with this true essence. With this, I would like to welcome you, ma'am. And we are just going to show a video that you have sent to us. And yes, so here are the videos on the queue.
Yes, 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 please. And where is the sound? Should be sound.
Yes, ma'am, we are looking into that.
Sound, there should be sound. Okay, I can, if not, I can simply say myself, there are only some of my paintings to answer the key questions. Who are we? Why are we here? Where are we going? These are the fundamental questions for people, for humans. No sound, okay. Who are we? I had this sacred inner experience, inner practical thing living inside who we are. We have two origins inside. We are embodied universe, imagine, and we are souls, always eternal, always young. Why are we here? We are here to transform this world, to make it the way we love to make. We envision it. And the veil of Mother Earth is over us. And where are we going? Do you know that there is a new man inside you, inside everybody? I had this inner experience. That's why I know it for sure that we're all one. And we have this new, ever young soul, eternal inside us. We do not die. It's only our body can die for a while because we are not so ready, maybe, some of them. But our soul is eternal. And so what is the huge, this is the last slide. This is the huge responsibility and wonder that we are to make this very turn. See, downstream of self-destruction, it is the stream that almost the entire humanity is following now to self-destruction. But we can create this turn into the time of divine co-creation, And there are opportunities for slipping down by old qualities, moments of weakness we have inside us, but we should overcome them and to win ourselves. And then we go to ascending path of divine co-creation. I do know that it is possible. It may take some time, but we have found each other already. That's all. It's a very short version of my presentation. I showed there the unity that we have been growing and so on and so forth. But then I decided to save your time and please remember this very expression of Lapsang Rampa. One image is better than thousands of words. One experience is better than thousands of paintings and images. Imagine, this is really true, so that we will learn it in our Peace Village. Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The way you say, the way you speak, it's really fascinating and it's like mesmerizing. Like you have a certain vibe that pulls the speaker towards you and it makes you listen.
Yes,
now
and by
we're
the way, By the way, do you know that we created the love community in India when I was there for the first time in SCMS school, when I met Shishir Srivastava? There were people all around me, young youth, and we created this term, the love community. Imagine this is the entire planet is a love community. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. And so we are going to show another video of yours. And yes, put it in the-
Yes, that would be great. It will take 5 minutes, but it will create a big picture of what we do. It's
Yes, ma'am.
great. Okay, but it will be good to have the sound.
Sound right?
Do you have the sound, opportunity for the sound?
Yes, ma'am. We are trying to get the sound now.
It will be good to have the sound. If not, okay. Необычен только мой путь. Путь странницы. Это не свойственно для женщины. Но это необходимость в это переходное время. И я готова и радостно делюсь с вами этим новым путем, путем любви и то, что мы делаем сейчас. Друзья, сегодня особенный день, потому что я могу сказать об этом святом деле, о рождении новой земли, которую люди еще не все видят, не все в это верят, но наша задача... Dear friends, to illustrate... no, something happened. I said that our task is to make it visible. Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Нина Гончарова. Я обычная женщина и мать. Необычен только мой путь. Путь странницы. Это не свойственно для женщины. Но это необходимость в это переходное время. И я готова и радостно делюсь с вами этим новым путем, путем любви и то, что мы делаем сейчас. Друзья, сегодня особенный день, потому что я могу сказать об этом святом деле, о рождении новой земли, которую люди еще не все видят, не все в это верят, но наша задача сделать это видимым. И поэтому мы создаем деревню мира. Это наш следующий этап, наша мечта. Кстати, вся жизнь была построена на том, что приходилось сделать то, что никогда раньше не доводилось делать. Было много этапов пробуждения, погружения в искусство, путь в движение образования ради жизни 10 лет. Дальше священная планета, переход по всем ее точкам. И, наконец, 20 стран мира, где мы показали, что делается в Сибири и из России для рождения новой земли. И сейчас я хочу пригласить всех смелых, свободных людей, кто отзовется сердцем, к созданию деревни мира в обители рассвета, в том месте, где уже есть новое человечное общество. Я хочу сделать это, мы хотим сделать это вместе с нашей командой планетарной, достоянием всего мира, чтобы на Земле наступил мир с единым человечеством. Все, кто заинтересованы, мы вас приглашаем. Гималайская экспедиция, священная сеть планеты, стала началом пути по Земле, чтобы сейчас, через 26 лет наших действий, начать материализовывать эту священную сеть по Земле. Путь по Земле случился по божественному сценарию, потому что все происходило, обстоятельства складывались, приглашения шли в нужные международные события нового времени, появлялись и необходимые ресурсы, все по знакам жизни и голосу сердца. Сначала нашлись люди из разных концов Земли. И здесь вы увидите несколько всего человек, кто был на живой планете. Затем стали находиться места, земли, очаги будущей сети поселений будущего. 24 экспедиции «Новая Земля» в сибирское поселение с живым участием команды движения «Образование ради жизни», друзей из Америки, Швеции, из живой планеты приблизили мечту о деревне мира. Встреча с учителем о полюсе мира, а также фильм из Бразилии «Обитель рассвета. Надежда человечества», они стали новым вдохновением и знаками о том, что нужно создавать деревню мира. Множество видео о гармоничном, самоорганизованном, человечном образе жизни в сибирском поселении, на живой планете, которые показывали, дало нам новую надежду, что действительно нужно место живых встреч. Деревня мира – это совершенно новое начало. И у нас есть модель, комплекс «Новая земля» в Бали. Мы разрабатываем совершенно новый метод на основе истины, а также единства мужского и женского, где в основе строительство гармоничных отношений и дружелюбной среды. И это как раз будет использовано в деревне мира, чтобы люди, которые приедут, были готовы увидеть другое жизнеустройство в обители рассвета. И там будет ежегодный праздник, День единства. Образ международного поселения создали молодежь из разных стран, которые были на Алтае в международном лагере «Дети Земли». Вот мы его здесь вам и показываем. Thank you so much for your patience, for your understanding. This is, I feel greatly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. We saw that video and it was really informing to us about many things that the initiative that you are taking, and also how the youth could be channelized and the spirituality in the youth could be taken out. So now I would like to invite Shishir sir to share his thoughts on that.
Thank you, Devesh, and thank you, Nina, for bringing such a wonderful insight. We saw all the past memories coming live. I even saw myself. Thank you so much for including me. I'm sure that the peace village that you have created in Siberia will be a home to the entire world one day. We'll not just have people from America or India coming, but people from all different countries coming to you to celebrate the cause of peace. And they will take a trek with you. They will go on the mountain with you, and they will live together in harmony and peace and set an example for this generation and future generations. I think yours is a perfect example of how human beings should live in harmony with one another. We have got some more participants, and I would like to quickly welcome them all to
Shishir and Devesh, I think that we showed both videos, so I can simply answer all the questions in the evening if you want, of course.
We also will have Mr. Alan Weir joining us in the next session, and also Ms. Nina will be there. So I would like to request the participants over here, if you have any questions for Ms. Nina, you'd like to ask her anything, you'd like to give her compliments, so you can switch on the video and please say. Ms. Sheetal Narayan, the principal here, are you here with us, ma'am? Mr. Robin Messi, are you here with us?
Yes, yes. Ms. Sheetal Narayan, yes. So, Nina, I would
Good
like to introduce
afternoon.
Ms. Sheetal Narayan. She is the principal of a very prominent school from Lucknow. It's known as Aryaman Public School. And she was awarded with the Global Educator Award in April at Hotel Taj by Unifusion. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Shishir sir, for giving me this opportunity. It's a wonderful program. I was looking forward to this program from too many days. And the session taken by ma'am was very, very, very helpful. Even being from the social science background, I think I had learned too many things today. And it was a wonderful session. I'll wait for the whole session. And I am sure that today I will learn too many things from all the dignitaries. So thank you so much, Shishir sir. It was a wonderful session and I'm learning a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Do we, ma'am, in future, we would also like to invite your students to be a part of such sessions.
Dr. Shishir, good afternoon and good afternoon everyone.
Yes, yes, good afternoon, Mr. Messi. Welcome, welcome. Please go ahead.
Actually, today morning I came from Dehradun, sir. Extremely sorry to attend late, but it is a honor and privilege to attend this global seminar on peace mission. And really, we need peace right now because a lot of countries are fighting among each others, and we can pray. And through this seminar, we can take initiative for the global peace.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your views. Thank you. So over to Ms. Nina Goncharova.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, we would like to hear more from you. Because this session has been created especially to listen to you, Ms. Nina. So please go ahead and enlighten us with your views. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would love to answer any question because I don't want to impose to anybody, but I would love to present all I have in my soul if you want, of course. Thank you so much, dear Shishir, and all of you.
Nina, we have an intern. Her name is Miss Kriti. She would like to ask one question from you. She is very impressed by what you have done. And she has a question.
Thank you. I'm ready. I'm listening.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, my question to you is like, what inspired you to be on this journey for global unity and peace?
Oh, thank you so much for your wonderful question, because everything starts with one moment, with one courageous step. My courageous step was to quit all the jobs and to start this flying life. It happened when I was awakened already. I had this incredible experience as mother, because I was bringing up my son alone, and you can imagine how in Russia it could be. So my prayer was very simple: just what courage should I have to live? And that's why I found myself within universe. That's why when I tell you that we are embodied universe, I really know it. And you are also embodied universe. And then in this universe, I saw a living, alive, he's always alive, Jesus Christ. I realized that we are also love, not only universe. Universe is wonderful, but it doesn't have the fabric of spiritual fabric. Spiritual fabric is brought by one Father, God of humans. I knew and I know now that we have souls, and that's why that was my first initial step. Then I started my performances about sense of life, and faith is the sense of life, not religion. Religions are also good. I accept everybody, but faith. And so we made several performances with my son. And then I met Talgat Akbash. And there was the next step, and the grow. Thank you so much for your question. The first was my enlightenment, my awakening.
It was great to learn about it from you.
I couldn't understand.
So, Nina, we have another intern. Mr. Abhinav Singh. Abhinav would like to ask you a question, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm listening.
Good afternoon, ma'am, first of all, and thank you for your presence in this conference. So my question to you would be like, as you talked about that you are gonna build a peace village with our boss like Shishir sir here. So I just wanna know like, what do you plan for it? Like, what's the future of it, and how will you go through it? So I just wanted to know that. Thank you.
Neela, can you unmute yourself, please?
There was no sound. Oh, thank you. Sorry. So my vision was and is that the Peace Village is devoted for the pole of peace, for the place of new human civilization, where thousands of people live together. It's wonderful, it's great. But when people like Shishir, Sasha Stone, Renee Wadlow, you, when we will live together for 3 days according to Education for Life technologies for educational things, and only then you will witness the way of life they have, the atmosphere they created, and it should be the place for children, for youth. It would be art center, it would be the place where they will become self-sufficient, free, happy, without any chains of money and the other things. And of course, it is future, but we have to do it now. It was very short. There was a special video, but I don't want to overwhelm you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this insight of yours. And I have to tell you that it was really mesmerizing listening to you and seeing your energy. Now, I would like to, hand over the bike back to Devesh, and he'll take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Thank you, Abhinav, and thank you very much, ma'am, for your insights. Now we are coming to the end of the session, and I would just like to conclude the session and tell that what the things that I liked, and we should take a learning from the things that have been discussed in the session. So, starting from the thoughts of Mr. Shishir Srivastava about the unity and the conflicts that were going on, then Mr. Zohar also talked about the dignity, and dignity being the key to perceiving human and also people being successful. So that was the thing that I took most from that part. And about Miss Nina, I would just like to say that, ma'am, you are really amazing as a speaker and as a motivator. I would love to listen more about you. And yes, at last, I would like to thank the people that have joined us in this meeting. Mr. Shishir Srivastava, the CEO of Unifusion, Kriti Khanna, an intern of us, with Mr. Peter Zohar and Ms. Nina as speakers. After that, I would like to thank the listeners and the delegates that were with us, Mr. Devrat Mishra, Dr. Poonam Goti, and Robin Masse. I would
Thank you,
also like
Devesh,
to
sir. Thank you very much. It is an
Thank you,
honor
sir.
and
Thank you.
privilege to attend this.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Also, I would like to welcome Ms. Sheetal Narayan for being with us. And at last, but not the least, our esteemed associate, Ms. Shambhavi Mishra and Ashmita Singh. At last, I would like to talk about us interns, Kriti, Abhinav, Neha, and I, Devesh. We all love this experience, and I would just like to say that the things that we are learning with Unifusion, I believe that it is going to add up to our personalities, and it will going to help us thrive in our own life. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Over
Thank
to
you.
Shishir.
Thank everybody.
So it was a great session this afternoon. Thank you, Devesh. Thank you to all my colleagues, Ms. Shambhavi Mishra, Mr. Ramesh Pandey. Thank you all interns, and special thanks to Mr. Peter Zohar joining us from Austria. Thank you, Ms. Nina Goncharova. Thank you, Ms. Sheetal Narayan, Principal. Thank you all the delegates out here, Mr. Robin Messi, Dr. Poonam Gothi, for
Thank you,
being a
Shishir
part of
sir.
Team
Thank you so much,
Unifusion's
Shishir
Global
sir.
Unity Conference. We
Thank
hope
you.
to see you in another 1 hour from now, from 3:30 p.m. onwards. Right now, it's going to be 2 p.m. here in India. So another 1.5 hours from now, 90 minutes from now, we'll have another great speaker, Mr. Alan Weir, coming to join us from Czech Republic, from Prague. He is a very eminent peace educator in the world, and he has been hugely awarded. He's been awarded with alternate Nobel Peace Prize, which is the Right Livelihood Award. And he has gone around to make significant changes in the world when it comes to bringing about world peace. And also, we'll have another peace educator, one of the most precious friends we have in this forum, Ms. Nina Goncharova. She will be joining us, talking more about her Peace Village, her initiatives, showing us very delightful and amazing videos in the next session. So see you. Have a great day ahead. And this conference will continue till 9 p.m. late night. So looking forward to having you all of you once again, maybe after 1.5 hours, and another session from 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. India. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir.
Mal eine Frage, ob am Montagnachmittag der Saal frei ist. Denn es gibt so eine Peer-Gruppe bei uns und das ist nicht so, ich sage vielleicht so zu dritt oder maximal zu vier.
Hallo?
Hello.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Had this conference started?
I don't know.
We will start in 2 minutes. We'll start in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Okay, okay,
Thank you.
that's great.
Right.
Last I managed to end again.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to everyone joining us from different parts of the world. I'm Abhinav Singh, and I'm absolutely honored to welcome you all to this third session of the Global Unity Conference, focusing on a subject that's quite literally essential to life, water conservation. But before that, I would like to welcome Stephen, Mr. Alan Ware, and every speaker that is present with us today, including Ms. Nina Goncharova. And now moving on. First, let me thank the organizers, our respected speakers, and all the participants who have taken time out to be a part of this global dialogue. Your presence reflects a shared commitment towards sustainability and a better future. We have had some deeply meaningful sessions already today, and this one, I believe, is going to be just as engaging as thought-provoking as the others. So before we dive in, I would like to welcome Mr. Alan Ware to have a few words with us, and Mr. Shishir Srivastava also. So I'd like Mr. Shishir to take this from here. Thank you, sir.
Good morning and good afternoon to all of you joining us from different parts of the world. We are very fortunate and happy to see Mr. Alan Ware, an eminent peace educator, a world-renowned figure when it comes to bringing about nuclear non-proliferation is concerned, getting parliamentarians together. So my colleague Abhinav will formally introduce Mr. Ware. But before that, I would like to also welcome Mr. Stefan joining us from Russia. And also we have our dear friend, Ms. Nina Goncharova joining us from Siberia. So this conference is going live, and we will be having many principals, students who are watching us online. So the very purpose of organizing this Global Unity Conference is to, strengthen our network of educators, not just in India, but worldwide, because we are going through a time of great crisis in which we are seeing anarchies ruling the world. We are having, we were almost about to start a third world war. and we were at the brink of a nuclear disaster, firstly in May, when India and Pakistan came to loggerheads. We also saw Iran-Israel conflict, and we have been witnessing two great wars, the Russia-Ukraine war, and of course, we are also witnessing the ongoing atrocities happening in the Middle East. So all said and done, we have to be, the peacemakers. So we have to, work together with a spirit of unity to create real global citizens. If not in our generation, definitely with the generation that is coming up. We have to make sure that just like the World War II ended and we started a new era of peace with the United Nations, we do hope that now we will build another great institution like the United Nations, which will bring people together. So over to Abhinav to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Alan Weir. Thank you, Abhinav. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That was a very good insight. So now let me introduce Mr. Alan Weir, who is present with us in this today's conference. So Mr. Alan Weir is a globally respected peace educator and disarmament advocate who has successfully bridged grassroots activism with international policy making. Beginning his journey by teaching peace and conflict resolution in New Zealand classrooms, he went on to play a pivotal role in shaping global legal efforts, most notably through the World Code Project, which challenged the legality of nuclear weapons. He co-founded Abolition 2000, a global network committed to a nuclear abolition, and currently serves as the global coordinator of the Parliamentarians for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, PNND. His career seamlessly blends education, legal expertise, diplomacy, and legislative advocacy, making him a leading voice for peace, non-violence, and sustainability. In recognition of his extraordinary contributions, he received the prestigious Right Livelihood Award in 2009. From classroom to courtrooms to parliaments, Mr. Weir's strategic and compassionate approach has significantly advanced global efforts towards a more just, peaceful, and secure world. Now I would like Mr. Alan Weir to take it from here and talk to us a few things about whatever he likes.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Shishir, and thank you very much, Abhinav. It's a great pleasure to join you online here. It's been a great pleasure and privilege to have joined some of you in person in Lucknow I think I've come to 3 of the conferences of Chief Justices of the world. And that's been an incredible opportunity, not only to meet with current and former Chief Justices of the world, but also meet with many of the students at the Montessori College and Montessori School in Lucknow, and to see firsthand the really inspiring education program being run by there that is introducing students and thousands of students to the ideas of international cooperation, of the United Nations, of the role of international law, not just international law as being a tool to ensure the adherence to international law, but also as being a tool for the resolution of international conflicts. And I think my basis of coming firstly as an educator in schools in New Zealand, and then into international law and international diplomacy and peace, is that we need to base our relationships on mutual respect and conflict resolution, rather than on competition and opposition. That doesn't mean there's no role for competition in society, but we need to base our primary relationships with others not on trying to be superior, not on trying to subjugate others, not on putting us first, but on realizing everyone has a role here. Everyone is valuable, whether that's an individual, whether that's a city, whether that's a country, whether that's around the world. So the ideas that have been developed through peace education relate directly to the ideas of international peace and diplomacy. And that's been my path in terms of how I've been relating with these issues. And it's also, I see, that what's been done with the Montessori City Schools, with the conferences of Chief Justices of the world and the other efforts that you've put on. So I commend you very much for that. Just one question, Abhinav, about how long would you like me to speak for? I actually haven't had a chance to prepare any formal presentation because I've been running from one event to another. About 10 minutes?
Yes, you have 15 to 20 minutes. Please take your time. No worries.
Okay.
There are only 2 speakers, so you can go on. Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll just start back where I started from, which was as a teacher, as an educator, and how important it is to be working right at the beginning. I was kindergarten teacher first, and then I moved into primary and then into secondary. The whole basis for how we relate to the world is formed at an early age. And if in our early age, through our family life, through our interactions in school, if we are put in frameworks that are not conducive to conflict resolution, where conflicts are not resolved, but just solutions are imposed from above, where discipline is the modality for resolving conflicts rather than conflict resolution, then that's how we'll approach that around the world. And that's with that type of education, or more authoritarian style of education, people then will subscribe to authoritarian methodologies and they'll support authoritarian leaders. So we see this, that it's not just the problems that we have today. It's not just because we have leaders that are authoritarian, that don't employ good diplomacy, conflict resolution, mutual respect, but it's that the people are supporting that type of approach because their education hasn't been sufficient. So for me, education is so important, and education on interrelations, on how to understand people with a different perspective, whether it's like a different religious perspective or a different political perspective or different ethnicity, a cultural basis. A really important part of peace education is building understanding. It doesn't mean that we're all going to be the same. We're not. There's a wonderful thing in the world, about diversity. That's an exciting part of, being human. But it means, and it doesn't mean putting oneself down, and ignoring one's own rights. The idea of conflict resolution and peace is that everybody's rights are respected. And more today, we know that also means the rights of future generations to have a healthy planet to live on. So the formative area is resolving conflicts peacefully, looking at conflicts as opportunities for learning about the others, looking at what are the reasons behind conflicts and looking at win-win solutions to those. So we teach that in schools in New Zealand. That's part of what I was doing a lot when I was a teacher in schools. We set up conflict resolution programs. We train young people to be mediators, so that when there's a conflict between students at school, rather than going to the teachers to facilitate or resolve it, they can go to a peer mediator, and that empowers the young people to see, oh, we have the power to be diplomats. We have the power to help resolve conflicts. And that's provided, I think, a very good basis for my country, New Zealand, to take a very positive role in international peace and mediation. And that's been a development of our international policy because we have a population that supports it, and the peace education is a very important part of that. So I start off with that. But now then, coming into the international world, sometimes it's a bit more difficult. How do you deal, with aggression, with threats of nuclear weapons, with unresolved conflicts? And here I put up front our most important institution. It's not our only one, but our most important institution is the United Nations. It was established for that purpose, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And it realized that to do that, you had to build in some governance mechanisms. So in the UN, you have different bodies that help to resolve different types of conflicts, that help to build understanding and cooperation. And some of them are working well, others have got some problems. So, for example, the Security Council, we know has some problems because 5 members of the Security Council, 5 permanent members, have a veto power, which means they can block any decision of the Security Council. So we've seen that's been problematic when one of the P5 countries undertakes, for example, an act of aggression, like Russia invasion of Ukraine, or go back a couple of decades, the United States invasion of Iraq, both illegal acts of aggression. The Security Council couldn't really do much about it because of the veto power. So there are some problems, but there are also some good things that the Security Council has done and is doing, setting up peacekeeping operations, which are helping where there are conflicts and with the resolution of those, providing early warning at times, looking at putting on processes for resolving conflicts if you've got partner countries that are resistant, including, for example, the use of sanctions. Not always used well, but when they're used well, that can help a diplomatic process. Then you have the UN General Assembly, which is one nation, one vote. So the UN General Assembly is like our more democratic part of the United Nations. And we as citizens can go to our countries and push them to adopt various resolutions, and the UN General Assembly can take forward peace, security, disarmament. So the more we can engage in the General Assembly, I think the better we can build the value of the UN. And we see lots of good examples of General Assembly. Then we have the International Court of Justice. And the International Court of Justice is very important because when there's a dispute between countries that cannot be resolved diplomatically, they could take it to the International Court of Justice. And the history of the International Court, the practice has been very successful. 196 cases taken to the International Court of Justice since it was established in 1946. And of those, around 85 to 90% have been accepted by all parties and implemented, either in part or full. That's quite a success rate. And I know this, and this is why I got involved in international law, because coming from New Zealand, I could see big, powerful countries, abusing their military might in the Pacific, where I come from, testing nuclear weapons, for example. United States, UK, and France were testing nuclear weapons, poisoning our waters, our air, our health. And New Zealand took a case against France in the International Court of Justice in 1974 against nuclear tests. And as a result of that, France stopped its atmospheric nuclear tests. Even though France, as a powerful country, doesn't have to go along with the court, the decisions of the court are so influential that they can move even the most powerful countries. And I saw that happened with other cases as well, like Nicaragua versus the United States. United States had illegally supported the armed revolution against the Nicaraguan government, and the court found in favor of Nicaragua. This was 1983. United States, the president said, well, we're not going to go along with it. But the power of the judgment was so strong that it got follow-up cases in the courts in the United States. It got action in the Senate, the Congress of the United States. It actually forced the United States to actually go along with it. So the Nicaraguan government held, and the United States had to end its support for the military overthrow of the government. Those are just a couple of cases. You can go through many, many cases to show that the International Court of Justice can be really, really effective when it's used. The problem we have is that not every country accepts its jurisdiction, and so a number of the conflicts don't get to the court. Sometimes, if there's a dispute and the countries don't accept the jurisdiction, there's another way to go to the court through something called the advisory opinion approach. It's not really the court giving advice. It's the court saying this is what the status of law is with regards to that question. So, for example, there have been, I was very involved in taking an advisory opinion case to the court on the illegality of nuclear weapons. And we got a confirmation from the International Court of Justice that the threat or use of nuclear weapons would generally be contrary to international humanitarian law and the laws applicable in wartime, and that there was an obligation for the nuclear weapon states and everyone to work for a nuclear weapons-free world. That's been really helpful in preventing nuclear war and in getting deliberations on nuclear disarmament into the UN Summit of the Future, the UN General Assembly, Non-Proliferation Treaty, etc. Not 100%, we haven't got the elimination of nuclear weapons yet, but it's really contributed a lot to a process with powerful states initially, not doing anything before the decision from the court, but now doing at least something. We have a similar case in the court right now on climate change. We know that despite the agreements in the UN convention, a framework convention on climate, and the follow-up Paris Agreement, countries are not implementing the measures that are required to cut down on carbon emissions fast enough to prevent us going towards a tipping point. We're already around 1.5 degrees average above base rates, and we're already seeing catastrophic climate events around the world. That will only get worse unless governments shift their approach to this. They have to speed up much faster the transition to fossil fuel-free economies, to green economies, to rolling back carbon emissions. They haven't been doing that. And one of the reasons they haven't been doing that is because of what we say the tragedy of the global commons, that the climate is a global commons that everybody is engaging with. And if one country takes more measures to protect it, it puts them at a competitive disadvantage to those who aren't taking those measures. So if you're a country that wants to move fast on cutting back your carbon emissions, it costs you money to do that. You have to put in measures to cut back the carbon, to replace the carbon, fossil fuel with other technologies. it costs you something. And if you're doing that, but your neighbor isn't, it means you're detrimental in trade. Your goods cost more than your neighbors. So this is the competition that destroys the global commons. So we need to build cooperation to support the global commons, and that's what this International Court of Justice case can do. The decision will be coming down soon, and we're going to be doing an event to look at how this can really help us protect the climate on July 22nd. I'll put in the chat a link to the event we're doing. So if you want to find out more about the climate change case, then join us in the event on July 22nd. So I've mentioned the International Court of Justice is looking at not just, preventing war and conflict resolution, but also addressing environmental issues. So that's really, really important. We also had a really important event last year on helping to build back some commitment to multilateralism, because a number of the authoritarian governments are retreating from their treaty agreements, from the international organizations, and that's really difficult. So the UN convened a summit of the future to try and get them, stay in the process. Don't abandon the United Nations. Don't abandon international law. Don't abandon multilateralism, and manage to get all of the countries to at least participate and agree to a pact for the future. So that's good. It means not everything's lost. Just because things are going in a bad direction doesn't mean we can't sort of pull them back. The Summit of the Future is demonstrating it is possible. Of course, we need to do more to implement the commitments made in the Summit of the Future. And so we have a process for that with the United Nations, and it's various aspects of that. There will be a review conference 2028 to see how governments are doing. But one of the things that was proposed and got quite a lot of traction at the Summit of the Future that I want to raise here, because it's something that can be done not just at the United Nations level, but also at a city level, at a national level and a regional level, is the establishment of institutional representatives for future generations. This could be a future generations commissioner or a champion for future generations, or a guardian of future generations, or an ombudsperson. It doesn't really matter what you call it. It depends on if you're a local city council and you establish such a position, you'd probably call it something like a champion for future generations. If you're doing it at the national level, it'll be more like an ombudsperson or a commissioner. But it doesn't really matter the title. In the UN, at the UN level, it's going to be called a UN Special Envoy for Future Generations. But what the idea of it is that in planning process, whether it's in your city council, whether it's in your national government, whether it's a regional, like the EU has got one now, just started, then your planning has to look at the impact of what we're doing today on future generations. We have to protect the environment, whether that's the physical, natural environment, or whether it's a social environment, i.e. we need to have a peaceful communities, or whether that's the economic environment. So we need to have sustainable economies. All of these, we need to think about not just of who is here today, but who's coming, who's going to be the next generation, the generation after that. And when you put into that thinking, it can actually overcome some of the hurdles for decision making. And we've seen that with the Wales Commission for Future Generations. It's been incredibly successful at building more cooperation from the business community, from government departments, and from civil society and Parliament, in looking at what are policies that are going to help us now to protect our environment that will also help the future. And it's built more of a partnership rather than a competitive environment for doing it. So I recommend looking at the Wales Future Generations Commissioner. It was dealt with an act to see how these types of things can work. And we are hoping very soon that there will be a UN Future Generations Envoy. We still have to get a little bit more government support to take it across the final line and get it established. But to me, that's a really good concept and can be done at multiple levels. And finally, one last point I'll put in, and after this, I'll put a couple of links in the chat so you can follow up on these. But finally, I just mentioned the nuclear weapons threat, because although we got the decision from the International Court of Justice on the illegality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons generally, nations are still holding on to them, partly for protection. They believe, and you can understand this belief, that nuclear weapons could protect this country from attack from another country. So that's one of the reasons. Partly it's because there's quite a strong nuclear weapons industry. So we've got a couple of things we have to deal with. But on the protection side, there's a case in point, because there are acts of aggression. There are countries that are attacking others. So one of the things we've been putting forward is the idea that there are alternatives to nuclear deterrence to provide protection. If you believe that nuclear weapons are important, have provided your protection from aggression, or for the use of nuclear weapons from another country, let's look at different ways of doing that. And maybe we can build a common security framework for nuclear disarmament that everyone will feel more secure, so that when we take the nuclear weapons away, you're not feeling less secure. So we've been doing that in a number of ways, through building up regional nuclear weapon-free zones, to looking at emphasizing more the role of the International Court of Justice and encouraging every country to accept the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice. So if there's a dispute or threat of aggression because of an unresolved dispute, that case could be taken to the International Court of Justice. So that's a few aspects of it, but we're also been encouraging the governments who have the nuclear weapons, to commit to resolving these issues in order to work towards the elimination of nuclear weapons by the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. 2045. Now, some of my colleagues go, well, that's too far away. We should eliminate them tomorrow. But it's probably more realistic to say, don't have a nuclear war, no first use. Adopt policies of non-use of nuclear weapons, like India has got a no first use policy as a stopgap. And then let's work for the elimination. We understand it might take a little bit of time, but it should be no later than the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly put forward the vision and the obligation, the commitment to the elimination of nuclear weapons. So we should achieve it, at least after by the 100th anniversary. So those are my key introductions to the connections between peace, conflict resolution, education, and how they play out in international relations on some of these critical issues: climate change, peace, nuclear disarmament. And I think, as I said, I'll add a few links in the chat, and then if people have got any questions or follow-up, very open to that. And once again, Dr. Shishir, thank you so much for the invitation to come and address you today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Alan Weir. This was amazing speech. You summed up the history of the world for last 200 years in a very short span of time. And you also showed us the future. You told us that by 2045, which is very realistic, that we may have, zero nuclear weapon on planet Earth, and you are making consistent efforts. We congratulate you. You are already the laureate of an alternate Nobel Peace Prize. We hope that we will see you getting an actual Nobel Peace Prize for your wonderful efforts. And our prayers and good wishes are always with you. So I would like to...
You're most kind. Thank you.
I would like to request the audience present here, if they have any questions for Mr. Alan Weir. My one question to start with is, you give us a very wonderful, term called champion of the future generation. Now, you'll be happy to know, Mr. Allen, that we recently had a Global Educators Award ceremony here, in which we honored about 72 educators who are working for promoting SDGs, for working on global citizenship education, for nurturing the children with the peace education. So some of them are here. I can see, one principal who got the award, Ms. Shilpi Jain, she is also here. Some of them are online. They are watching you over YouTube. And one of the key organizers, Ms. Shambhavi Mishra, she's also here with us. One such eminent peace figure is Ms. Meena Goncharova, who will be speaking immediately after you. So my question to you is, can Lucknow start something like this? Like the EU has got an ombudsman, the UN has got an ombudsman. Can we do something under your patronage, your guidance? Will you be able to guide us how to do it? Will you be part of that committee at the global level, please?
Yeah, so if you're looking at taking this to Lucknow City,
yes,
then definitely I would be able to provide assistance. Who else would probably be the Wales Future Generations Commissioner himself, Derek. He's fantastic. Or one of his team could explain how it's worked in Wales. We could also bring in someone from Oxfordshire City Council. They have a champion for future generations who will just explain how it works there. Now, everyone, of course, sets it up suitable to their community. So one wouldn't expect, if you're taking a proposal to the Lucknow City Council to set up a Lucknow champion or ombudsperson or commissioner for future generations, it should be done according to how Lucknow community would feel that would be helpful. So the other models would just be as like inspiration. And both of these ones that I mentioned to you, before they actually set up the position and its mandate, they did consultations, with the community. So they held a community event, said, what do you think, would be a role for a representative future generations, for Wales or for Oxfordshire. So that's a good way, but also means that if, the Lucknow City Council establishes such a position, the community will already be behind it because they've already been engaged in helping to set it up and they understand what it is. They don't feel it's imposed on them. So these are some of the things we could bring into that discussion. And this would really help also with the UN Secretary General needs to convince a few more countries in the UN that this is widely supported. We've got a lot of support already. So with a few more, it's popping up, it also means that could help with the UN envoy for future generations, which when the envoy is set up at the UN, we of course want them to engage with the local body ones, the national ones, the regional ones. Yeah. I'll put a couple of links of that in the chat so you can follow up. It includes examples of some of the existing institution reps for future generations.
Great. So Ms. Kriti is, she's an intern working with us and she's coordinating this meeting online. So Kriti, I would request you to please copy the links with Mr. Alanvir is sharing. And I've got a, database of principals who are very keen to implement new ideas in their schools. So we will share this idea with them. And of course, I know the mayor. So we will take this proposal to her and to the Lucknow Municipal Corporation. And we will set up some eminent people out here. So by the time you set up at the UN level, you already will have a base here in Lucknow. And maybe perhaps gradually we can expand it to other cities. I will just tell you that, this state of Uttar Pradesh now has over 250 million people. The population is 1/5 of India in this state only. And Lucknow's population is over 70 million now. So you will have a huge support from, and we want the future generation to be safe. So, but we would like to work under your guidance. We would like to have you on board with us as a patron at the international level. And Derek, of course, you can make them join, and Oxfordshire, all of them. But definitely we would like, you to be there, please, to guide us.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited about, these popping up. It's a little bit like, let many flowers bloom. These are flowers of peace that are popping up in different ways around the world. And it's very exciting to see them developing and having an impact, and a very positive impact, because it's looking forward in a positive way. How do we build, a better future for us all? So I'd be really honored to be part of the process and to help bring in whatever expertise will help you in taking this forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure and honor to have you on board, right? And work under your patronage and guidance. Right. So thank you so much. Are there any questions that the audience would like to ask Mr. Alanvir? Any principal would like to ask anything? You would like to say something about his speech?
Sir, if it's okay, should I ask a question?
Yes, please. Yes, Abhinav, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So first of all, thank you for your great insight, Mr. Alanvir. And the question that I would like to ask is like, how can young people like us contribute meaningfully to the global disarmament movement, like even if we are not involved in our politics or policy? So how can we do that?
Thank you. So there is a global network of organizations for the elimination of nuclear weapons, which City Montessori School is a member of, Abolition 2000. And in Abolition 2000, which is open entry, we have over 2,000 organizations have joined at some stage. In the Abolition 2000, there's a youth network. That youth network is called Youth Fusion, and I've just put the link to Youth Fusion in the chat. So Youth Fusion is young people some students, there's some high school, college students, or university students, and some young professionals working together. And Youth Fusion works quite closely in cooperation with the UN Office of Disarmed Affairs, which also has a Youth Champions program. So if you join Youth Fusion, there's no cost or anything, then you will receive other information, not just about what Youth Fusion is doing, but also what the Youth Champions for Disarmament, organised by the UN Office of Disarmed Affairs, are doing. Plus, there are also some other youth networks. There's one particularly for university students called Pugwash, and so there's a network of them as well. But Youth Fusion creates connections with all of them. So I put the link in there, and I recommend, that joining, as I said, no cost. It means you'll get on the newsletter, you'll get the information, you get invited to events that Youth Fusion is doing. What I'll also put in here is that Youth Fusion will be participating in the annual meeting of the Abolition 2000, which is on July the 12th. And the annual meeting is online, and it's got a session time for Asia Pacific and a session time for the Americas, Africa, Europe, Middle East. So for young people from South Asia, for example, you'll be most welcome to join the session that is timed for Asia Pacific. And as I said, Youth Fusion will not only be giving a report on their activities, but they will also be engaging in an intergenerational dialogue on nuclear weapons issues relating to Asia and the Pacific. So I'm going to put in the chat also the information about the Abolition 2000 annual meeting, so that, as I said, it's open and welcome for anyone to join that who would be interested.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Thank you for that answer. And I will definitely be joining the Youth Fusion right after the conference. As you said, it's completely free of cost. And thank you for answering my question. Now I'd like to give it back to Shishir, sir.
Yeah, so thank you for these links for Abolition 2000 initiative you took more than 25 years ago, and you're still following it up. It's an inspiration. For the audience who have recently joined, there's some principals who have just joined. I would like to reiterate that Mr. Alan Weir has dedicated his entire life from moving on as an educator, as a teacher in New Zealand, to becoming a peace educator, not just for Europe, but for the entire world. And he has taken an initiative that in his lifetime, he would not like to see a single nuclear weapon left on planet Earth. So he's into various networks that he's either steering or chairing. And one such initiative was Abolition 2000, which was started in the year 2000. And now he is spearheading another movement, which was known as Global Zero. And he would not like to see a single nuclear weapon left on planet Earth by the time UN completes its 100th year, that is in 2045. So you should take inspiration. We should all take inspiration from a personality. And on a Saturday, when people don't work in Europe, he has taken out time to join us early in the morning. So thank you so much. Anyone has any question, you can please ask. I'm seeing Ms. Monica Anand appreciating what Mr. Alan Weir has said. She has appreciated that in a comment. So if you have any question, you will please say. Ms. Shilpi Jain is also appreciating you. She's an also principal from Lucknow. And I'm very happy to see from US, Ms. Dr. Desiree Mortensen, who was with me in Geneva. She completed a PhD from the Geneva School of Diplomacy. She's also here online. So it's great. And Mr. Alan Weir keeps traveling from Prague, from Czech Republic to Geneva off and on. So anytime you can meet, say hello to him there as well. Right. So any questions, please?
Dr. Shishir, if I could just add just a little bit.
Yes,
because I didn't mention this, the important role also of parliamentarians,
right,
and of the faith-based community.
Oh,
so
yes.
we've talked about youth. Youth are really important to engage in this. So the young people here, I look forward to your engagement with Youth Fusion.
Yes.
Legislators are very important, parliamentarians, because
Yes.
they are the ones who help develop policy for government and
Right.
the funding for that. So that's why I also put in the link in the chat the link to pnnd.org, which is the network of parliamentarians which I coordinate, which is building cooperation amongst parliamentarians around the world on nuclear disarmament. And the other key constituency I mentioned is faith-based religions and faith-based communities, and that's really important because the principles in the major religions and faith traditions are very consistent with peace, conflict resolution, but often there's not a connection between those principles and what's happening with the United Nations or what's happening with international diplomacy. So that's what we're doing, is we're helping to build those connections to help those in the faith-based communities and religions become more engaged. So I also put in the chat, we just had a big event in Rome with Interparliamentary Union and faith-based leaders. We met the new Pope, Pope Leo, also. And it puts forward like some of the ideas of how to build that cooperation between faith-based and engagement of faith-based communities in peace and disarmament. Thank you for letting me add that.
So people who are full of humility, they don't want to talk much about themselves. But let me reiterate that Mr. Alan Weir took a great initiative of uniting the parliamentarians against nuclear weapons. And that's what his initiative is known as. And it is such a strong network that he got many parliamentarians signing an appeal that nuclear weapons should be abolished from the face of earth. And he has got law backing behind, because there was one Justice C.G. Veeramantri, who was the Vice President of the International Court of Justice. He also supported this mission to a great level. Now he's no longer with us. He is in the heavenly abode. But Mr. Alan Weir has taken this bold initiative, just being an educator and thinking about the future of planet Earth. You can look that, he is, even his links say something about him. And that is, it says PNND joins parliamentarians, Rome champion, an interfaith dialogue for peace and for our common future. So he's very concerned about how the present generation can help the future generations. So I would request all the principals to please support this initiative. And the interns, there are 4 interns with us. We have Ms. Kriti, Ms. Sneha, Mr. Abhinav, and Devesh, who are in this group. They have been working with us for almost 8 weeks now. And today happens to be the last day. The conclusion day is the day when we are having this conference. They are the ones who have organized it wonderfully. So I've requested them all that they must join this Youth Fusion. It's a wonderful initiative. Thank you. And I would also request principals to encourage their students and their youth to join. Please see what age brackets is there. And I believe P from India, from Lucknow, can support Mr. Alan Weir. And any movement you want to launch now, I have left CMS way back in January. Alan, you might be aware of it or maybe not. So I've started this initiative called Unifusion. So it is to support global education, global citizenship education. And of course, we are trying to help students build global careers through this initiative. So we are very fortunate that you took out time to enlighten us, and we'll definitely support this initiative of yours. And we would like you to be our mentor and guide for Lucknow. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody has any questions, or should we move on to the next speaker now? Okay. So thank you. Abhinav, you can carry on, and you can invite the next speaker.
I'm going to say one thing on the global citizenship.
Oh, wow.
Note, as well as the New Zealand passport, I carry the world passport. And that's just basically an indication that we can be citizens of our country, we can be citizens of our city, but we can also be citizens of the world. And more, having that multiple identity is what's going to be required, to help save our planet. And working at one level doesn't rule out working at the other levels. So this is us as individuals. I might come from New Zealand. I live in the Czech Republic, but I also am a citizen of the world. And I think probably all of us here will probably have a very similar feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. So you saw that, he has transited from the borders of New Zealand to becoming a real global citizen. Mr. Alan Weir has a world passport, a symbolic representation of global citizenship, a real global citizenship. So thank you so much. And you can see that it's in all the 5 major languages of the United Nations. Yes. So you have, English, Russian, and you have Arabic, you have French and Spanish. Thank you so much. Great. So we will remember this meeting for many, many days and many, many years. And I'm sure those who have been hearing you for the first time, they are very inspired today. And we would like to see more of you, guiding us. And definitely we'll initiate this champions of the future generation. We'll also be part of Fusion group, the Youth Fusion group. And of course, I will try to promote PNND now that I'm not in CMS. We'll try to promote it with parliamentarians, 1 or 2 that I know, to the best of my ability.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And first of all, thank you for your time to join this conference. And it was really great listening to you. And it really shows the dedication that you had, that you got this world passport, and it was really fascinating to see. Thank you for that. Now, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Nina Goncharova, who was beautifully introduced by Mr. Devesh in the previous session. Just to add, though, Ms. Nina is a peace visionary, a spiritual leader, and the heart behind several global unity initiatives. Thank you, Ms. Nina, for continuing to inspire us, and you may take it from here.
It is so nice to feel all of you very much positive, very much aspirative. That's why I was thinking about youth, about future generations, because of course we are all thinking about it. And I had a wonderful vision, by the way, that we should contact all the names of different clever names like International Court of Justice and so on and so forth, and future generations as humans. I really hope in humans, you see. I know that they all have souls and they all have life destination, but they are not awakened maybe because nobody could help them. That's why I thought about my beloved, not Siberia, but Siberia for the world, because it is a new world for entire humanity, where young people, I remember the words of Stas, dear Shishir. You remember when we sent the video about children of the Abode of Dawn community for the CMS school, and Stas Kazakov, a man from there, the main who organized that land, 250 hectares. He sent Nina. The main thing is that Montessori school, they know about our children. So while listening to all of you, I felt tender feelings to all of you. And at the same time, I realized that we should really need some positive informational channel that expresses all the positive things happening all over the world in connection with youth and children. And my modest input could be, again, this very peace village. And I thought about Abu Hinav Singh, that wonderful young man, very much inspired. I want to personally invite you to come with Shishir. We will invent something when we will live together as humans. When I was in the UN, I was there 3 times. I remember I said to them, you will not be wearing your official clothes. You will put your very simple clothes. They said, oh, yes, yes, yes. Because we are all humans, we are all children even. If we are not children, we are dead. When my son says, my mother, you consider all people to be children, I said, girls. I said, if they are not girls, they are dead already. So my proposal is very simple about the informational channel. And as for me, for many years, I have lots of creative information about real life, true life, simple life, effective life. And I share it the way I can, but still my dream is to have a young man who will want to create a special website for youth, for truth, for simple life, for effective life, for masters of life. And by the way, we had 2 websites created just self without any money, just with hearts. So I invite, if somebody will want to support with creating this very creative informational channel, a website for creative information, I can be simply the stream of this creative information from that place, from Siberia to entire world, I'm sure of it. And the other also will take their part. Now, what else? While listening to all of you, I recollected one of my dreams. I am sorry. Dreams are very important, I hope. And one dream was about many people who arrived with all kinds of certificates. Me too. I have lots of certificates. I'm a world citizen and so on. So they all had lots of certificates, but they were not needed at all, because what was needed is to live on earth, to live together, to develop yourself, your inner world, your capacity to accept other people, not to conquer anybody, to compete, no judgment and so on. It's a huge job. It's inner job. Yes, it is inner job. But still, I devoted my life for the last 16 years, especially when I visited that Siberian community, that this is the model how we can live together. Everybody wants to live together, but not everybody can live together. And my educator, my favorite educator, Talgat Akbashov, with whom we created waves of nomadic events, Education for Life, he said, Nina, all is well, but the main thing is to live together. You will see. And really, this is what I experience every day. When somebody just wants to fight with me, I should realize that this lives in me. In me, I still have something about it. That's why I try to work with myself. Okay, so I expressed my need about the website, and I want to speak loud about the truth about Vissarion, who was abused just simply because he devoted all his life, 30 years. He started when he was 29. For 30 years, he lived there among people, and thousands of people lived together as one family, only because he was with them. And now that very military operation happened. There were 3 helicopters, 30 military cars, and they called me and said, Nina, what should we do? I said, you don't know. You should just create some pies and create tea and host them heartfelt. And they did it. And at the end of the day, the people said, we are sorry. We came here without invitation. So I really feel my responsibility to bring truth to the world. I am ready to do it. I have also had the other dream about that I am to be ready to bring truth, but to bring truth as a woman, because I can really do it due to videos, arts, scripts, paintings, music, songs. I have wonderful songs. All of them happened with me because when we live in harmony, even children can be born without pain, because pain is a great sign that something is not wrong with us. And by the way, imagine again one more very simple example. When I was in my beloved Siberian community in one of the villages, and there are 17, almost 20, who are now flourishing, and they were dying, all of them, but now not at all. So one of the women was going to give a birth to a baby. I was speaking with her. The next day, I found out that she gave a birth very joyfully, without any doctors, but with a special woman supported her. So my life is devoted to bring truth to the world. If I will be useful to you, I am here for you. And as for the young people, I really feel a responsibility for them to come, to see, to witness. One time is enough. One word is enough even. And that's why we will see, and the website I pronounced already. So I had my incredible vision, and I wrote to Shishir a short note, but then I said maybe enough for today. Because to answer the quest of Abhinav Singh, I thought about the only video we haven't shown yet about Peace Village, but then I thought maybe it's enough, maybe next time. So if, let us see, I am ready for the questions, that's I know. Shishir, I don't hear you.
Yes, yes,
Please.
yes, thank you. So Nina, thank you so much for the insight. There's, some eminent people who have joined us, like Mr. Alan Weir and our dear friend from Germany, Mr. Stefan Vogt, and Ms. Desri from, US. They all are here. And but they missed your earlier session in which you had shown the video of the Peace Village in Siberia, which you have created. So just
We
allow us.
created it with English translation, though it is in Russian, but at the same time, I felt that it is
So
good.
I would like them to see this video. So Abhinav is going to play the video now, just for 2 minutes. And then we will also invite Mr. Stephen Vogt to say a few words. He has been to India in the same conference in which Mr. Alan Weir and you have participated in the Conference of Chief Justices, which we were organizing for many, many years. And Dr. Desri, if you can hear me, your session was planned for 7:30 p.m. to 9. And I see you up early in the Eastern US. So would you be speaking now or will you be speaking later?
Oh, I will be speaking later. I was just enjoying the speakers, if that's all right.
Excellent. Thank you for getting up so early in the morning. It must be, I think, around 5 a.m. in Seattle.
Yes, it's early, but I'm listening and enjoying. So I'll speak later. Thank you.
Thank you, Desri.
Shishir, I would love to express, if possible, my admiration for all people and for you personally, because you're so wide, so open, so patient, and so ready to be at use, and it is great. And so thank you so much. And I was thinking about Abhinav Singh, because it was his question, not answered fully as far as I
now
could
you can
feel.
answer it. Please answer it.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, thank you. It is in Russian, but with English translation. Just she's do it selflessly, without any money, but with all her heart. Okay.
Sure,
It's for
ma'am.
you.
Thank you. I'll definitely keep that in mind.
For you, because I invite you personally to find opportunity to come with Shishir. I know that he will come for sure, and some other people maybe also, because I love young people. We are our true hope. You are our hope.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
In terms, we
Thank
have
you for your heartfelt words.
we have Devesh also, and we have 2 more people in our team, Mr. Navarsh and Shambhavi. So all 8 of us will come, and Ashmita also. Ashmita is also here. So all 8 of us, perhaps next year we will come to your peace camp. But before we express our gratitude to you, I would like Abhinav to show the video for just 2 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you from all my heart.
Dear friends, we would like to present you the International Cultural and Arts Center, Peace Village, as part of the projects The Planet Earth is Our Common Home and the Pole of the Peace. We would like to present the project The Peace of Village, Village of Peace, and we feel that this will give an opportunity to people in our planet Earth to become united, creative, free, self-sufficient and happy.
When the wave of love is born on the different milestone urge, the shine of stars in your eyes will help us find each other. You will remember who are you, and the greatest legend will come true. And all you need there is just to look into your heart.
We start our creation from the key of creation, which we received from Petra, from Brazil. We are responsible for building a different future for all of humanity, a world that will be completely different from the current one. This is Federica Mayer, the president of the Foundation for the Culture of Peace. The idea of creating the Peace Village was born in Himalayas near the mountain of the goddess mother of the world. The Village of Peace is a pulsar of the pole of the peace, is the center of love, is an integration point of the new time settlements from different countries, different cultures and religions. And why we decided to do it in Siberia.
Empowered community lives and creates by the feet of soul, in the middle of nowhere as one would possibly think. And the city of Saleh has been growing there in the heart of Siberia. It is nourished with beauty, and it shows little window to the future. An entire planet knows that the new world is already exists, that this world is a world of love that shares good news through the deeds of people there.
It is high time for everyone on the planet Earth to unite and to make all people happy everywhere. The Peace Village can become a common goal for brave and free people responsible for transition to a new and transcendent world, the world of love. The way to Peace Village goes through hearts, cities and countries, and it took about 30 years. The vision of this settlement of the future was generated by the international youth. In Altai, near Beluga, at the international meeting Children of Earth, young people from different countries generated this vision of the future settlement. What does it mean? It means a media and art studio New Earth, which presents some example of new life, workshop of human life in unity, School of Youth for painting, Youth Village.
Something happened with sound or what?
No, actually, there's another speaker and we are short of time, Nina. So
yes, I agree totally,
So we will, I think you have spoken. Is there any point that you'd like to say? You can say last one or two sentences, then we'll invite the next speaker.
I want to say that I love all of you,
Thank
and I feel that we all have souls and we are all one, and we have one God and one Mother Earth. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for concluding with that beautiful thought. So Abhinav, please express your gratitude towards Ms. Nina. She has been wonderful. She joined us early in the morning. It must be 9 a.m. when she joined. And I'm sure that everybody enjoyed your presentation. We would like to hear from Mr. Stephen Vogt now. So Abhinav, please welcome Mr. Vogt. And thank you, Nina. Thank you so much. Please stay with us. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, first of all, for your heartfelt words. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Stephen Vogt, a prominent peace builder and respected voice for unity and reconciliation in Germany. With years of dedication to interfaith dialogues, social harmony, and humanitarian collaborations, Stephen has been a consistent force in promoting peace, not just in his own country, but across borders. His work emphasizes the work of listening, mutual respect, and collective actions, making him a valued contributor to global efforts for a more peaceful and compassionate world. So now, without further ado, I would like Mr. Stephen to take the stage and speak to us and thank you.
Can
Guten Tag.
you listen
Yes, guten Tag.
now? Okay. Hello and namaste to everybody. Thank you very much for your nice invitation. Yeah, it's a long time ago that I had been in Lucknow now. I was counting 17 years already.
Yes.
Yeah. But my heart is still burning for love and peace, so it will never end. Yeah, where to start? Well, within the last 17 years, there happened a lot here, but also politically, you know, maybe around the world. It's like you told, Shishir, it's critical, and here, especially in Germany, I tell, especially in Germany or even in Europe, it's quite a hard time to go into a good vision, yeah, because here politics are leading, and we are criticizing, the civilization is criticizing a lot, and we are actually not so big unity. So the unification is here not so good. But I'm still positive, and my way of vision for a new world is at least also what I wanted to tell all over the world, that we need alternatives at alternative centers to build up where sustainable life is possible, and because you know the capitalism, it's all over the world, and the majority is somehow in a wheel, and then they cannot get out. And sure, the consciousness has to grow, or it has grown already, but the finances and the finance system is, I feel, is getting out of control more and more. Even not our biggest president in the world, Mr. Trump, is somehow, with respect, I tell always, but he's a dealer for however, and a lot of guys here, we cannot understand his plannings towards a good future and only make America great again. You know, even the division in the States, they're splitted, yeah. And so what to do? I come again to the point that we need really some groups, some villages, some retreat centers, however, where people can visit and look, this is good life, this is lovely life. Here is peace. So, and for this, sure, it has to be invested. And my idea is also to get support from the governments, from the churches, from all the religion leaders, that we have to get the same aim, the same target. And for this, we should show that the world is not breaking, it is built up in a new, lovely way. Yeah, how to explain more? I know it's a dream, but I cannot lose this dream, and I don't like to.
Your dream is very, very true. I think it will come true. Just hold on to your dream for some more time.
Yeah. Yeah, step by step it has to go. And especially India, I think, is a good country to start there, with all your wisdom and respect to your religious leaders.
Let me tell you, Mr. Stephen, you have all our support. You were in Nepal for many years. Had I known that yes, you were here, I would have definitely made it a point to invite you again to India. And I'm inviting you once again over here in India, in Lucknow. And because of your good heart, your good spirit, and like we have got very like-minded people, eminent peace educator, world-renowned peace educator, like, you know, Mr. Alan Weir is with us. He He's listening to you. We have Ms. Nina Goncharova. Today morning, Mr. Peter Zorer from Austria, he spoke to us. Ms. Katrina, Professor Katrina from Russia, she spoke with us. And we'll have, not only eminent speakers like Dr. Desri from US joining us in the evening. I think you should join that session also. So my idea was to build a network of networks. Everybody is having a network. You have a network. Mr. Alan Weir has a huge network. He's perhaps our inspiration. Nina has huge into many networks. So perhaps if we all could unite these networks and make, contribute a bit. I'm not going to name anything because, everybody has their own right to name things. But one network is the network of humanity. And what Mr. Alan Weir said and Nina also says about, future generations. So whatever we are doing, if we are doing it with good intentions for, building a better world for everybody, which is more peaceful, livable, where people don't have insecurity. Nuclear weapons were born out of insecurities, not just because of mad race, but they were also born, because of insecurities. And we have huge conflicts within interfaith, which interfaith dialogues are trying to solve. We have huge conflicts between national boundaries. We have got conflicts related to ethnicity. So all of that, I think it's a huge time that all should melt. And by next 10 years, let's say by year 2035, we will have a, complete plan and pact for global unity. So the aim of this conference is to unite the world. And firstly, our hearts should be united with purity.
Right.
So you are with us and I know we are with you. So if you have any ideas, please do share with us. We will support each other. And yes, of course,
I would like to visit you in autumn, if you don't mind, in September or October.
Yes.
So then we can get into details.
I'm very much in India. I'm not traveling then. So please do come and we will see how we can work together before that also and after that. Yes.
Very nice. Thank you.
We will send you an invitation. We'll send you an invitation. We'll bring you to India.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sifin, for your inspiring words and your continued commitment to peace building. Your perspective has truly added to today's dialogue, and we are grateful for the light you bring to this global conference. And I'm really thankful for that.
So,
I'd like to give it back to Shishir, sir.
Firstly, thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Ms. Nina. Thank you, Mr. Alan Weir, for enlightening us. I would like to thank all the eminent educators present over here, right? From, we have Dr. Desri Mortensen, we have Mr. Robin Messi joining us from Dehradun. We have Ms. Shilpi Jain, she is the principal over here in Lucknow. So if you have any questions, if you'd like to add your thoughts to this forum, we have got another 10 minutes or so. So please do that. And I would like to invite people from the audience to raise their questions, to suggest us things, what they would like to say to the eminent speakers.
If you don't mind, I've got one question to all of you.
Yes, yes.
My idea is, I just referring to what I had said before. Could you think it could be possible? We have got the 17 goals, the sustainability goals, and the governments here in Europe, as far as I know, are a lot worldwide. They had accepted these goals, and could it be possible that the governments they make like that they're in the will and they guarantee they cannot. I suppose they cannot guarantee, but they're in the will in supporting these centers which could be built up, retreat centers, sustainability centers. nature centers worldwide. In this idea, I'm
Right.
still very interested.
Yeah. So, Stephen, I would like to just add that, governments have been part of something known as, after the Paris Treaty, governments have been coming year after year for the Conference of Parties, the COP as we call it.
Yeah.
In Egypt, and then it was held in Middle East, Dubai recently, and these conferences, but they come with strong, notions, brainstorming. They take back things. They are also implementing. They are shifting to renewable resources, but we are far, far behind from actually achieving net zero. Now, net zero, I would like to explain, is wherein suppose the damage that has already been done to the environment, we do so much that we not only compensate for the damage already caused in terms of planting trees or resorting to sustainable means, but also to create a net positive. So net positive was the aim originally of SDGs by 2030, but we are definitely 15 to 20 years behind that goal. So, but the good news is we still have 5 years. And if we can speeden up, if we can involve the students, if we can involve educators, if we can definitely involve governments to persuade, the masses, because we all are sharing the same spaceship called Earth. We all are traveling on this one planet. So responsibility. So it's a very good thought. In fact, we are working on it with schools so that we can educate children. And if you come to India, if you are here in autumn, then we can schedule your talks with the students. You can inspire them, motivate them. Meanwhile, you can research upon how far we have reached. And SDG 4, especially related to education, 4.7, for example, SDGs 4.7, especially related to education for sustainable development. I think education, Mr. Alan Weir was saying that, education is a very powerful tool. Nelson Mandela said it's the most powerful tool which you can use to change the world.
Yeah.
I think you can contribute. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So Ms. Monica, she's saying to everyone, yes, it can be done. And Dr. Desri is clapping for you, for your good initiative. So thank you. Yes, we can do it.
It has to be.
It has
to be made into reality. This is not too much in theory. It has to be acted.
Yeah. So one good idea which Mr. Alan Weir has shared just now with the link, and I could just read the title of the link is Move Nuclear Money. But what do we move nuclear money for? We move it for development. We move it for sustainable development. We move it to build hospitals. So once there's more than $1 trillion is spent every year on just the maintenance of weapons of mass destruction. I'm not sure whether this figure is right or wrong. So Mr. Alan Weir can throw some light. What figure, Mr. Weir, do you think is right when it comes to maintenance, just the maintenance, not building of the nuclear weapons?
Well, we've got the budget for the whole nuclear weapons industry, which is over $100 billion per year. So that includes research and development, modernizing nuclear weapons. So there's building new nuclear weapons. There's building new nuclear weapons delivery systems. The missiles, the submarines are the main ones. There's also fighter bombers, which deliver the nuclear weapons. And there's also, which is not included in that budget, $100 billion a year, the rehabilitation of lands and health costs of people who have been impacted by the production of nuclear weapons. The testing of nuclear weapons created huge health problems. So it's not a complete budget, but $100 billion a year, that's a lot. That's what we used as, the close to the actual budget. And if you look on that link, nuclear weapons, money, opportunity costs, you'll see all the things that if you counted it over 10 years budget, that's $1 trillion. What could that money support? How many hospitals, how many schools? And this is not either or, this is collectively. It could do these hospitals and these schools and these renewable energy and UN peacekeeping. And so it's all of those collectively. So we have the resources. It's the problem is that the governments are still putting resources into the nuclear weapons industry. They're putting resources into the the full preparation and engagement of war, which is $2.3 trillion per year. The true cost of violence to our economy is probably about 17 trillion a year. So if we were able to move countries to resolve their conflicts peacefully, through the diplomacy, through the International Court of Justice, through using the United Nations better, through regional agencies like the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe and others, then they can reduce by a huge amount, especially the money on nuclear weapons, which you could cut right now. But the other weapons also, if we can resolve the conflicts better, that would then enable us to have the financing to meet all the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you for enlightening us. I was not aware that the figure is in not just 1 trillion but 17 trillion. I mean, amazing. This is so we can build, because China's entire economy is 17 trillion, and I think to maintain might be just $100 billion. But in order to build and keep those programs running, it's a huge cost to humanity as a whole. So we should think, and I'm happy that we have got educators like Mr. Alan Weir, like Nina, and like Stefan, who are thinking for humanity. And we are very inspired by what you are doing. And I'm sure that educators out here will also follow your suit. They will be inspired by you, those who are listening online and offline, and they will share this YouTube link widely with the educators out here. I believe if we can draw a parallel as to if this money was used to build hospitals, how many hospitals would have been built, how many schools would have been built, how many forests which have been cut down would have been rebuilt, afforestation. So thank you so much for throwing light on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and just one additional thing. The Summit of the countries, governments raise this, and civil society at the Summit of the Future. So it's actually this issue of what could we do? How could we shift resources from military, to Sustainable Development Goals as part of the Summit of the Future agenda? And so I've just put another link in that we've been actually engaging with the UN Office of Islamic Affairs on how to take forward this. So it's not just an idea, but we actually sort of have a process to make this happen.
Great. So thank you. I would request Ms. Kriti to please copy these links, and we'll share it with all the educators that we know. I think it's very important that how this nuclear weapon machine, and we should create, awareness about it amongst the present generation, so that
Shashir, where are you?
Sorry, it was muted. So I'm saying that we will share these links with the educators, Mr. Alan Weir. We'll share it with educators out here, and we'll definitely enlighten them as well about these initiatives. Right. So I think we are drawing towards the end. We've got 5 more minutes. So any question? Yes. Mr. Robin Messi is saying something that, we could have built 5,000 schools out here in Uttar Pradesh who are deprived out of money. That's very, yes.
May I say several words still? You see, I know for sure that there are lots of money ready to go to the new future, but it will be given only by humans who really felt that impact inside their souls. Without it, because I know these examples, Sasha Stone, for 15 years, he have been traveling, meeting all kinds of rich people, trying to persuade them how important it is to be the bridge, to create everything necessary for self-sufficient life and so on. And they said, yes, we agree with you, but there is the system, there are banks, there is money and so on. And then he said, I was waiting for his response 15 years, Shashir. I know each other 16 years, and I totally support our Common Dream network of networks. And I know, I feel that it is done already, it is beginning, it is a new beginning. But Sasha Stone said once, when 15 years passed, he said, I realized if I want to change the world, I should go out of it. And so I declare that I live out of money, out of fear, out of time.
Right.
Since that time, I visited Bali. I really visited his place created by him without money. But the money were flowing to him because it's not the money, it were people, architects, builders, and so on. It depends only on our soul. And one more thing I would like to add to all of us, we are to connect everybody with everybody. I ask you to, Shishir, my dear one, to create this list of participants with their emails, websites. I was going to give you the website, but I was afraid that I will again will not be able to go with you to come in. That's why, please do.
Create a group. I will create a Global Unity Conference group whichever participants have joined from morning till night. Let us start initiative of Global Unity. And we have great mentors like you, Nina, like Mr. Alan Ware guiding us. So I'm sure that this movement will grow.
Everybody. We will only pray and stay in peace. This is our job, to create atmosphere. And by the way, I was going to say one more important thing. I am going to contact personally Peter. He is not here. But will you please send me his email?
You can invite him to the next session, right? And Peter also wanted to contact you. In fact, you are wanting.
Yes. I was going just to directly connect them with Renee because I still hope that my personal responsibility to free out Sarion, a teacher for entire world. This I know with all my heart. And this is, I'm focused at also. Thank you so much.
Rene Wardle. I'm sure Mr. Alan Ware is aware of him as well. He's worked in Geneva for long. And I think all of us can connect on one page. So I will connect all of us together. And you can also add Mr. Rene Wardlow if you have his mobile number on a WhatsApp group.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. I love all of you.
Right. So this has been a great session. I'm very thankful that Mr. Alan Ware, he awakened our consciousness, our spirit in the very beginning about the need to, denuclearize this world, a need to, attract not just educators, but also parliamentarians. Also, we had people from the interfaith community joining his great movement called the PNND. And then he's continuing with his old initiative of abolition 2000. And he's building on new initiative to involve youth. So I think these 4 initiatives are great initiatives, and we would love to support them. And we will create champions of the future generation. And all of us are going to be part. Nina, you can also start something like that in Siberia. And we will also have, Mr. Stephen Woke hopefully joining us. And we are very much looking forward to the next session, which will happen from 7:30 p.m. India time. And that is also going to be a great session because we'll have some very, very eminent people joining us from South America. We'll also have Carmen Divino and Dr. Desri from, US. And we'll have one eminent peace educator from Cameroon joining us. So we'll have about 5 speakers then. So if we are available, you can join. Otherwise, you can see it online later on the same link, which I've already shared with you. So thank you so much. I'm very thankful to all of you for sparing such a valuable time over a weekend on a Saturday. And this is very commendable. And we'll continue with this movement for many, many years. Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bless you.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to know you that we will be back at 7:30 p.m. So we'll now be taking a tea break and a break for 2.5 hours. Then we'll catch up back at 7:30 p.m. Thank you so much. very good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I warmly welcome you all to the closing session of Global Unity Conference 2025, organized by Unifusion. I am Kriti Khanna, your host for this final segment of the day, and I'm deeply honored to be part of this powerful gathering of hearts and minds from around the world. Today has been a journey of incredible insights, from exploring waste management and water conservation to celebrating unity in diversity. And now, as we conclude this impactful day, we focus on something that binds it all together, that is peace building. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to every speaker, participant, and partner who joined us. Your presence today reflects that peace is not just a hope, it is shared responsibility. In a world overwhelmed by division, displacement, and conflict, the need for peace has been more urgent. Peace is not merely the absence of war, it is the presence of justice, empathy, and collaborative actions. It begins with dialogue, thrives on understanding, and blossoms through unity. At Unifusion, we believe that peace building is process, one that includes every voice across every border, culture, and belief system. This session aims to This session aims to explore how peace can be cultivated, not just at diplomatic levels, but with classroom communicatives, communities, and conversations. As Albert Einstein said, the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything. Thank you all. Let us choose action over silence, connection over conflict, and peace over power. Thank you all for joining us. And now I would like Dr. Shashi Srivastav to speak with our audience. So now audience is waiting for you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Sishirji, you are not audible. I think you are on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shambhavi. Well, that was Ms. Kriti. She was working as an intern with Unifusion for the last 2 months, and it is our interns who have been very helpful, who have been very proactive in organizing this conference. So thank you so much. A very warm good morning to all of you, and good afternoon to you in Europe, and good evening to all the principals, educators, and students watching this online in India. Well, this conference, the Global Unity Conference, started with an idea when Iran had attacked Israel, and vice versa, Israel had attacked Iran. And we were on the verge of having World War III. So we thought, why not to do something for bringing about world unity and world peace, and peace not just in the Middle East, but all over the world. So with that idea, we started, and we are very thankful that, eminent peace educators like from Europe, we have got Dr. Hans Snoot. He's from Belgium. We have got Ms. Carmen Balestro joining us from Brazil, and also our dear friend, Mr. Divino Roberto Verissimo, joining us from Brazil. We also
I think there was a network issue by Sir's end. So to Shamli ma'am, would you like to address us? Okay, so to begin our discussion, oh yeah, sir is there. So I
Yes.
think there was a network connection.
Right. So, so I would like to welcome all the delegates who have joined us. We have Mr. Hans Snoot, we have got Dr. Kang from Cameroon, we have got Mr. Hans Snoot from Belgium, we've got Ms. Carmen Balestro, who has been to India also, from Brazil, and we have our dear friend, Mr. Divino Roberto Verissimo, joining us from Brazil as well. So I'm very happy that you all have taken out time on a Saturday morning or afternoon, your time, and you are very kind to, be with us on this forum. We would like to welcome all of you. Kriti will be welcoming each one of you with your introductions, followed by your speech. So I hand it over to Kriti. We started this conference when the world was not in a very good shape last month, and before that, India and Pakistan were also on loggerheads. So now that we have taken on this initiative, I would like Kriti to take charge and, please introduce the speakers, invite them to, give their speeches, and then also introduce them, right? So thank you so much. Wish you all the best, and I'm looking forward to hear all of you. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, sir. To begin our discussion on peace building, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Desiree Montenson, a passionate advocate for global education and social harmony. Her work bridges gap between policy and grassroots peace initiatives. Welcome, sir.
No, Miss, I forgot to introduce Dr. Desiree Mortensen. I just missed you. I'm sorry, Desiree. Desiree and I studied masters in international. She was a doctorate student, and I was doing a master's in international relations in Geneva 2 years ago, where I happened to meet Dr. Desiree, and she has joined us from Eastern US. It must be early morning time over there. So, and we are very happy that, we have got people from 3 continents, from Europe, from Africa, North America, and South America. So if you were to put America as a separate continents, there are 4 continents that have joined. And of course, Asia, we are here from India, right? So except for Australia, all the continents are represented. And we would like you, we were very eager to hear you. This conference is also going live. The live link has been shared. So you'll be seeing yourself live on YouTube as well. So my prayers and good wishes, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Dr. Srivastava, Shishir, I had a PowerPoint presentation, but I didn't know if you have a sharing capacity?
Oh, yes, of course. We have the hearing capacity, please.
Okay, so I'm going to see if I can pull this up. Just give me 1 second to get this going. So here we go. Okay. Just 1 second. Here we go. Well, first of all right. Can you guys see me? Good morning. It is an honor to be here. I thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really glad to share just my experiences on this topic, and let me see if I can get this here. Here we go. I'm putting it in presentation mode. If I can figure out how to do that. Just a second. Okay. Let's see here. Slideshow. Here we go. From beginning. Yay. Can you see it? No? Can you see that?
No, ma'am, we cannot.
Okay, I'm sorry. Give me just one more second and I will share the screen.
Sure, ma'am, sure, ma'am.
Okay, now can you see it?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am,
wonderful.
we can see it.
Okay, well, I had it on share. Okay, all right, well, anyways, so I entitled the presentation Fostering Unity and Diversity, to speak about education, specifically regarding the education as a mechanism to bring about dialogue, especially since we are all located in different places around the world. I am speaking to you from the state of Maryland in the United States. And I've worked, let me give you a little bit of, here we go. A little bit of background on me. I immigrated from Europe to the United States, my family back in the 17 and 1800s. My family, we have a lot of military service in my family, which has affected my family. Anybody who has a family history of military involvement, it has an impact. And that history has impacted me. And I suppose that's part of the reason why I was interested in the concept of peace, because I saw the impact that war and conflict has on just individuals and communities and societies. And so I wanted to learn more about how to, create better communication and dialogue between cultures. And so I started doing that by studying abroad in my undergraduate work. And I went first as an English teacher. I went to Taiwan and I went to Russia. And I did that as part of the reason I did that was because of the religious ties that I had. My family has some ties to Christianity, and that impacted also my desire to be a part of peace initiatives. And so I wanted to start out by just kind of giving you the definition of intercultural dialogue as I see it. And I'm sure that you all have your own working definitions, but for me, intercultural dialogue is about really respectfully interacting with other people of different backgrounds, different beliefs, and not just coexisting with other people, but really trying to work together across cultures to talk about different values and visions for the future, and to really try to develop solutions to different problems. And so my very first taste of peaceful dialogue happened when I was in a master's program in Colorado. And I was studying public administration, and as part of that program, I went to a national model United Nations conference. And if any of you ever have a chance to, I don't know how young of people I'm talking to in this forum, but if anybody ever has a chance to attend one of those conferences, it gives you some really practical experience into peaceful dialogue. And I also had an opportunity to go and study abroad. I did an educational tour in Israel and Egypt and Jordan. And during that trip, I went to Netanya University. I'm not sure if any of you are aware of where that is, but they have a Center for Strategic Dialogue. And those two experiences, learning about what strategic dialogue is and learning from the Model UN conference that I did, it really set off just a lot of curiosity for me about how peaceful dialogue can be used as an effective way to bring, about change in the world. And so I went on and I have worked in education for over 12 years now. And I've worked in the nonprofit sector, and I've done a lot of different volunteerism, worked in human services. And I wanted to put that work into practice. And I really wanted to participate on a practitioner level. And so I ended up seeking out an organization, or an organization sought me out. It was kind of both ways. I was ready to do it, and they were needing participants. And so I joined an organization called the Almar International Charitable Foundation. And there was a chapter in Washington, D.C., and it was an organization that was working to meet the needs of refugees that were living in 2 different camps in northern Iraq. And this organization really understood the importance of intercultural education, especially for people who were in conflict and post-conflict societies. And what Almar does is they have regular Windsor conferences in London, and in the different supporter circles and communities in the world. They have one in the Midwest where I'm at. And it's wonderful to have these forums. I'm really appreciative of Unifusion, and because it gives, experts and practitioners the chance to come together. And this particular organization was providing assistance to both Sunni Muslim and Yazidi women who had endured a lot of violence and trafficking as a result of the Islamic State that had moved through the area. This was back in 20 years ago or 15 years ago. And so we were working to raise funds for trauma-affected refugees. And then later, I was able to go to London and participate in working groups. And they had different policy recommendations and strategies to implement music and art programs, mental health programs for refugees that had experienced trauma. And in order to make it something that would have teeth, really would promote change, we had working groups that would discuss effective approaches to implement civilian programs, and really try to get a white paper in front of lawmakers and legislators and legislators and policymakers at international organizations. We wanted it to come in front of refugee and internally displaced camp directors, the participating NGOs that would be able to implement the recommendations. And so I took all of that information and I incorporated those experiences into an evaluative study of practices of humanitarian advocacy for refugees. But I wanted to do more to make a difference. So that's when I applied to the Geneva School of Diplomacy and International Relations. That's where I met Shishir. And I picked a region of the world that I wanted to focus on. And so I picked the Middle East and North Africa, and we met in that public international law class. I really enjoyed being able to audit courses and to try to take language enrichment so that I could communicate with people from other cultures. And if you have ever an opportunity to do that, I started the program at home. It required that I do a lot of study. The more study that you do, the more, better able you'll be able to have that intercultural dialogue with others. My research aims were really focused on it required that I network. So I joined the Society for International Development, and I looked it up, and India doesn't have a chapter of the Society for International Development. So I was actually going to talk to you, Shishir, and because you can get one started in India. They have one in like Europe and Africa and North America, and they don't have one in India yet. And so I thought, what a great thing it would be.
Dr. Thank you for the idea. We'll definitely start it. Thank you.
Oh, is it time for me to stop? Or can I continue?
No, please continue. I was saying you were asking us to start a society here in India. I said, yes, we will do that.
Okay. Oh, great. Then I could try to share more about it with you later. So part of my research was it required that I do a lot of methodology and survey a number of different experts. And so I joined that society, and I had to interview, and I had to, and in the process of doing that, they recommended that I learn about international humanitarian law, because that is the Geneva Conventions that I learned about that were established after the close of World War II that's when they were implemented. And so I began to volunteer for the American Red Cross, and I learned about the International Committee for the Red Cross, which is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. They have a dissemination program. And I don't know if you know about IHL, but it's a set of rules that aims to limit the effects of armed conflict for humanitarian reasons and to protect people who are participating in hostilities. And it kind of gives rules for warfare. And I didn't know that existed, but I learned a great deal about that, and I wrote another evaluative study on that. And I was able to have conversations with others about those rules, and also have conversations with people locally about them. And I was fortunate, I was able to arrange financially. We moved to France, and I completed the final year of my program in Geneva, where I met the organizer of this conference. And I also audited coursework, like I said before, and it was wonderful to participate in simulations, because that gave me practice in respecting different cultures and understanding national histories. And there were translators if I didn't know the languages. It was really wonderful. I was able to go to different conferences. And during that time, when you're in a program like that, you're encouraged to participate in as many like practical experiences. And so I applied for an internship, it was a research associate, as a research associate with Global Migration Policy Associates while I was there. And one of the professors that was at the school, he directed this organization. The United Nations has all of these different affiliated organizations, and this was one of them. And if I can just quote him, he says that international migration is one of the most dynamic and contentious issues of sustainable development, human rights, national governance, and global relations. And so being able to serve as a research associate, that enabled me, to get a badge and go in and attend Human Rights Council sessions on a lot of different topics, education, racial and religious discrimination, and really to view it from a rights-based discourse. And during that time, I was tasked to research and prepare comprehensive national migration profiles for 6 Western Balkan countries, because the former Yugoslavia had broken up, and the International Trade Union Confederation needed to get data from this this organization because they were having to incorporate into their these newly developed countries policies that would advocate for the needs of migrants. And so anyways, internships are highly, again, recommended. When I returned back to the United States, I wanted to incorporate what I had learned abroad into, something with my home country. And so I applied, while I was waiting for my dissertation to be reviewed, I applied to work as an intern with the U.S. Department of State. And I don't know if you all are aware of it, but the Department of State, they have several different bureaus, and one of them is the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, and housed within that bureau is the Office of American Spaces. And so I interned for that office, and there are offices, I think they have 180 offices and like 600 branches around the world. And it's really a hub, and it's a hub of that encourages intercultural dialogue. And what my responsibility was to update a calendar of observances for the organization. And I was a program design intern there. And but the pillars of that organization is to help people who are in other countries to access like English language teaching and learning, educational advising for study abroad, cultural programs, there's networking exchange programs, there's professional skill building, and they're located, the intent is to, foster that collaboration. And while I had, during my writing of my dissertation, I had done an evaluative study on good governance and like anti-corruption issues through the House Democracy Partnership. And I took what I had learned and written about, and then I put that information into a toolkit that the Office of American Spaces put on their digital website. And so the point of me just describing this is to try to just to explain how sometimes when you research later on, you might not know how you're going to use your study and how you're going to use the conversations that you have in your conferences and in your own personal educational programs, but they tend to meld together, and you can implement them later in some way. So that data analysis that I did eventually get put to use in a professional capacity. And so just as a summary, I wanted you to keep in mind that as we have conversations between one another in these conferences, I know that I learned through my sort of educational journey that the media is very powerful, and we need to be really careful how we select our media sources, because sometimes we live in an age where it's hard to know, what is true and what is not. And I learned that even though we're striving for to have more peace and more understanding with one another and across borders, there's a lot of different geopolitical situations going on that that can frustrate our intentions on, treating each other with fairness and with equity and with dignity. But I learned and ultimately concluded my research by realizing that whatever nation we come from, if we can increase and focus on.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry to disturb you in between. Actually, we have other 4 speakers lined in up. So can you please summarize in 1 minute?
Okay, right. Let me
Thank
skip.
you.
This is my last slide. So, just as the final call to action that I was going to just suggest is that I work in education, so I really try to encourage that the students get involved locally, be global citizens, and try to take that local global, make an effort, even with the current like Israeli-Palestinian conflict going on that is has been happening since October of 2023, we've really tried to mobilize locally to bring attention to that issue. If you work in an institution, you can invest in arts and humanities as a way to bring together intercultural dialogue and community-led action. And if you're part of a civil society organization, there's ways to do that in a grassroots way. And so that's the quote that I was going to leave with you is the desire to achieve national dignity and personal dignity and trust and respect. And respect is very universal. And that is something that I try to keep in mind as I communicate with others wherever they are in the world. So thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your powerful and insight words. Your journey across cultures, diplomacy, and humanitarian work has truly inspired us. You reminded us that while the media conveys powerful narratives, it's vital we conveys powerful narratives. It's vital we discern truth from propaganda. Your empathies on balancing national interest with global responsibility and the need for nations to act with credibility and in line with constitutional and international values is a message we deeply appreciate. We are truly honored to learn your experience, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for addressing us this evening. Now,
thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Mr. Hans Smoot. Mr. Hans Smoot is a prominent interfaith leader, human rights advocate, and persistent of the Human Rights Education Initiative based in Netherlands. With a background in theology, diplomacy, and international relations, he has dedicated his career to fostering global dialogue across faiths and cultures. Mr. Smoot is known for his work with religious minorities, peace-building initiatives, and defending freedom of belief as a cornerstone of democratic societies. He has represented interreligious platforms at the European Parliament, United Nations forums, and international peace summits. After speaker, he emphasizes the role of compassion, education, and inclusive policy in achieving sustainable peace. His leadership brings together diverse voices from civil society, academics, and government. Through his calm yet persuasive advocacy, Mr. Hans Smoot continues to inspire collaborative actions for peace, dignity, and justice, especially in regions affected by religious discriminations and intolerance. His work underscores the power of dialogue to heal and unite. We welcome you, sir. We are honored to have you today, this evening, for this session. Now, sir, it's for you. The room is for you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here today. Whether it's tonight or this morning or in the afternoon, I don't know what it is in your place. But thank you for even listening to me. So I'm thrilled to be able to speak to you today. I was in India not this last year, but the year before, and I was very impressed with the the work of Shishir and his background, work that you're now doing and setting up. I'm assuming that my intervention will be focused mostly to young people. So you old people, you may fall asleep if you want, but you also, if you want, you can also listen either way you want. So as I speak to the young people and to the rising generation, remember those words that were mentioned a minute ago from Albert Einstein, where he said, "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." These words are not just merely a warning, they're a call to action, a call to all of us. Today, our world faces two simultaneous crises. One is that you've heard about much before, is the environment, meaning our Earth's resources, water, air, soil, forests, are being used faster than nature can restore them. The other is something you have not heard much about in this context. It is relational. It's about humanity itself. It is currently marked by increasing violence, intolerance, and lack of respect among people, which threaten our social fabric. Humanity itself is at stake. These are not separate issues. They're intertwined. A sustainable world must be a peaceful world. We cannot care for our rivers if we do not even care for our neighbors. We cannot preserve forests while ignoring the dignity of those who we live in poverty. True sustainability is both ecological and interpersonal. It is about how we treat the earth as well as how we treat each other. So you may think, I'm only 18 or 16 or whatever it may be. How can I build peace? But peace does not begin in the courtroom or at the United Nations. That's my experience too. Peace begins in classrooms. It starts in families, in friendships, in WhatsApp messages, in moments of choice where we decide whether to listen, to judge, or to collaborate. Building peace requires a special kind of courage. Not the courage to fight, but the courage to understand. Not the strength to dominate, but the strength to compromise. It takes patience. It takes empathy. It requires long suffering. It takes the skill to diplomatically engage with others, especially when they think differently, when they pray differently, or not pray at all, when they behave odd, or speak a strange tongue, or look differently. Let me outline a few key skills that every peace builder must develop. The first one is empathetic listening. Listen not just to reply with a smart answer, but to deeper understand what the other has in mind. Interview the other person. When we listen deeply, we learn why someone feels the way they do. We do it by being attentive, by taking notes, by asking questions that make the other feel safe to express himself or herself. Listening is the seed of trust. Understand before you want to be understood. The second tip is called cultural literacy. Learn about other religions, other traditions, other histories. When you learn about others, you're less likely to fear them. When you really understand the other, you will not likely feel in competition with him or her, and there's no need to attack. In countries like India, with its diversity of languages and religions, cultural literacy is a national superpower. The third one, diplomatic dialogue. Learn how to express disagreement respectfully. Diplomacy is not just for ambassadors. It is for everyone who wants to live in peace and in a complex world. Be aware that it is not about avoiding conflict or even to resolve it. It is about accepting that there always will be differences between people and thus conflict. Good diplomacy, therefore, is not about resolving every issue, but about managing conflict so it doesn't get out of hand. This is best done by agreeing to disagree and then celebrate differences between people. Thank God we're all different. The fourth tip, I call team collaboration. In sustainability projects like cleaning rivers, planting trees, or creating an app for recycling, you need to learn to work in teams. Each person in a group has his or her own skills and weaknesses. Take the lead in groups that you work with by respecting both of them, the strength and the weaknesses. That means sharing credit, managing conflict, and staying focused on a common goal rather than your own ambitions. Be a facilitator so that each group member can flourish best. This creates synergy in the group, and it is much more fun to be part of such a group. The fifth tip, sustainability is not just about reduction of plastic use. It's about understanding the balance of ecosystems, how climate change affects agriculture, how water scarcity breeds conflict, and how environmental destruction often hits the poorest communities first. Educate yourself in these topics. Be curious and critical at the same time. Ask why and how, and learn to think out of the box in finding solutions. Remember, problems cannot be solved by using the same methods they were created with. So let me give you a few real-time examples of how young people have been building peace through collaboration. The first one is a case in Kashmir. A group of Muslim, Hindu, and Sikh students started Storytelling Club, where they shared family histories. Slowly, they began to break down decades of fear and trouble. In Lahore, Pakistan, a youth-led initiative called Green Corner transformed garbage dumps into gardens. But they didn't stop there. They trained children from marginalized backgrounds to care for the plants, giving them a sense of pride and purpose. In Bihar, India, a young woman named Anjali Verma started a menstrual hygiene campaign by involving boys in the conversation. She said, "We can't change taboos unless boys and girls work together." And I think she's right. These young people did not just wait for someone to fix the world. They looked around and said, "Let's do it, and let's do it together." In my work, I focus on finding solutions on human rights problems worldwide. And these problems are on the increase, especially in the last few years. Let me be frank for a minute. Most of these issues are caused by a lack of respect for human dignity. It is destroying hope, including where you live in India. When women are denied education, when religious minorities live in fear, when the poor are treated as invisible, when religious or other minority groups are threatened by locals, our nations not only lose their moral strength, but also their future innovators, their teachers, their doctors, their artists. Our nations lose their humanity and their dignity. And yet, these problems do not define us. They challenge us. And all of us are part of the answer to that challenge. The fight for sustainability is not just about saving trees and keeping our rivers clean. It's about saving people, their rights, their hopes, their voices. You want to save the world? Start in your own environment of influence. Look around you and find the problem or the injustice that you can have an effect on. Find others that can join you in the effort. If you stand up for dignity, whether by speaking out when someone is bullied or by including someone from a different background in your project, you are building a more sustainable and just world. You just don't need to wait for graduation to start practicing these skills. There are a couple of ways that you can start with now. Let me give you 3. Start a peace circle or sustainability club. Get a group of friends together to talk about the local issues, clean energy, religious tolerance, waste management, women's rights, whatever. Invite a guest speaker, organize cleanup drives, collaborate across differences. A second tip: spend more time in communities that are different from yours. If you're from a Hindu background, visit a Sikh community service. If you live in the city, learn from a farming community. Expand your horizon. The third one, create or share content in your social media that uplifts, educates, and connects. If Einstein were alive today, I believe he would have told you, don't scroll past injustice. Don't forward hate. Use your platform for purpose. In the end, sustainability is not just a science, it's a character. It is forced in humility, tested in relationships, and lived in action. It's a character that says, I won't look away. It's someone that says, I will not succeed at the cost of others. That says, we will do it together. We are all part of the generation that will define what kind of planet we leave behind, not just physically, but socially. Whether we become a world divided of divided walls or shared bridges depends largely on all of us. After all, we don't live in a bubble. Everything we do or do not do has consequences for people around us. So I leave you with this thought. You're not just the leaders of tomorrow, you're the architects of today. Built with compassion, built with courage, built with collaboration. And remember Einstein's words? The greatest danger is not evil, it's apathy, sitting back. But in your eyes, I see hope. In your voices, I hear change. In your actions, I believe we will create a world that's not only sustainable, but beautiful, peaceful, and whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and deeply inspiring words. You reminded us that real peace starts with understanding by listening with empathy, learning about diverse cultures, and engaging in respectful dialogues. Your key lessons: deep listening, cultural literacy, diplomatic dialogue, team collaboration, and sustainability use, and with your real-time examples like of Kashmir and Bihar, the young women case who educated for the menstrual cycle, have given us a roadmap, not just for peace building, but for living harmony in a diverse world like ours. On behalf of everyone present, thank you once again, sir, for planting the seeds of empathy, wisdom, and shared purpose in all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, we are honored to hear from Ms. Carmen Balestro. Ms. Carmen is a passionate peace builder, youth mentor, and global education advocate from Uruguay, with extensive experience in grassroots activism and international cooperation. She has worked on numerous projects focused on empowering youth and marginalized communities. Ms. Balestro is a recognized voice in global youth development, serving in key leadership roles in organizations such as United Relations Initiatives and regional networks for peace and sustainability. She is particularly known for her efforts to promote intercultural understandings. Carmen has represented Latin America in global forums, including the UN Youth Assemblies and World Peace Summits, where her voice resonates with authenticity and empathy. Her work exemplifies how compassion and active listening can foster inclusion and social transformation. As young but seasoned changemaker, Ms. Ballestro continues to inspire global action rooted in justice, collaborative, and hope. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, you are muted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Namaste. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks so much for having me aboard. And it's an honor to be present in such a wonderful event. And I love all the work that Mr. Shishir always orchestrates in such a wonderful way. And we are living at these very different times, actually, and each one of us has the responsibility to do our own parts. I have founded a metaphysical organization for 44 years. And in the last years of pandemic, I've been praying for the world peace live on my social media every day from Monday to Fridays, because all my work is guided spiritually. I am a medium, I'm a psychic, and then my spiritual guide wanted us to be talking about whatever is happening so that people that are listening can question. Because when we question something, we are forced to rethink our patterns and to change our reality. And at our center, all my work is free, and we've been doing lots of things, whatever, for these 44 years. And I'm happy to be here today because we are in such a moment of transmuting whatever is in some minds, in some different minds, was supposed to be, like the war and violence. But actually, we're here to transmute that kind of consciousness because the same mind that creates war, it's the same mind that creates peace. It's a matter of consciousness, discipline. And the bottom line from life here on Mother Earth is everybody has issues about survival and also safety. And I understand that there are many countries that they don't have the means to be living a decent life for some reason. And we are at a point and we have to heal the human ego and these power games and all these big ego things that are just limiting creativity, innovation, and free will. So my work has been mainly to meditate, to bring the energy, and to make people think about whatever they are doing about their own lives so that they can, at some point, have some breakthrough and insight and change their attitudes, change their habits. And through minimum things, I believe that we can change the planet, because the planet is a living issue. It's a living being. And this year we're going to have now in a few months here in Brazil, COP30 about the environment. I was a speaker in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. I gave 2 talks in Rio 92, and we also have some concern and some kind of work about ecology, of course. But my main thing has been sharing the power of prayer and the power of meditation, because it's important. I am ecumenical. Our center is ecumenical. We honor all religions because there is only one God, and at some point everybody's going to reach this main unconditional love and light. And meditation is when we have the power to just keep silence in our minds so that we can get all the intuition and all the blessings from God and from the people upstairs, so that we can always be doing all of the things here and accomplish our missions. Prayers are important, mainly the ones that we all know in all religions, because they have some kind of energy. And we are all energy, we are all frequency, and we are all resonance. And as we put some kind of stone in a pond, for example, it's going to create lots of circles. And today we are creating lots of circles because we are all here sharing our light, our thoughts, and our missions towards a better world. And when we have time, and when we set a time so that we can transmute all this kind of chaos that is now getting into society, we really determine our new ways of being. So the solutions are inside of us. Of course, each country has some kind of challenges. We all go through the main things about health. We all go through the main problems about work and how do we get a better life. But education is the bottom line. I was a teacher at universities for many years before I started just concentrating on my spiritual mission. And I love people. I love to see how students grow. I love just the momentum we are creating, we together here at this time, and all humanity, 8 billion people. We have this opportunity of co-creating a new reality. So conversation is very important because we have to be clear in our thoughts, in our feelings, and everything else that we are here to share and to practice. I'd like to do a small 3-minute meditation so that we can bring all this light to Mother Earth, to the collective unconsciousness, to all the political leaders, and to all beings that need some kind of intuition or insight so that we can all look at the same direction and create peace and accept our responsibility of making life easier, of being examples and vessels of light. And when we look at ourselves as beings that are part of the whole universes and multi-universes, we get all these blessings from God and from all spirits, and we have the opportunity of having a breakthrough in our own individual lives. So let's close our eyes and concentrate in our hearts. And we invoke for the power of God and the power of all the angels and archangels and all the spirits of Mother Earth and nature, so that we can be in tune with balance and harmony, so that we can bring forth all unconditional love, light, and perfection. Let's visualize in front of us Mother Earth, completely involved into the violet flame for transmutation, into the green flame for healing, into the golden flame for wisdom, discernment, and consciousness. And we ask for all the supreme powers to bring for consciousness to humankind and to all beings here and to all dimensions, so that we can all commune our own paths, so that we can all be one. And in this oneness, we can share our lights. This is the time that we're all waiting for, so that we can step aside and do our little part. Because little by little, each person doing their best, we are actually getting many, many wonderful accomplishments towards a new sustainable planet and new society with more conversation, dialogue, understanding, compassion, forgiveness, unconditional love. Now I invoke for the power of all the beings of transmutation and all the angels and archangels, and we ask for forgiveness for all the trespasses of humankind, so that we can build peace, consciousness, and evoke for the chalice of unconditional love and light and perfection, so that we can all blaze our lights and purify this momentum towards our beliefs, towards our actions, towards our inner peace. So let's breathe in, breathe out the violet flame and the golden flame for wisdom illumination. May God bring us health so that we can continue our own paths here, and may all look at the same direction, co-creating a new time of a new era of accomplishments, understanding, wisdom, communion, deep conversation, and example. May our actions speak more than our intentions. May we all always be one in the Christ consciousness. May always be at peace. May peace prevail on earth. Namaste. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carmen. Thank you. Thank you for the prayer. And thank you, Mr. Hans Snoot, for the wonderful speech. And thank you, Dr. Desri Mortensen, for enlightening us with your life's journey. Thank you so much, everyone. And we are very blessed to have, a spiritual person like Ms. Carmen, and all of you for that matter, to enlighten the world, to light up the candle and the lamp of peace. We hope to see global unity and global peace in our lifetimes. Thank you for your prayers. Kriti, we can't hear you.
Am I audible? Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your mesmerizing words. It has really made our day. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your prayer. That was really helpful. And your meditation, like we used to meditate and you meditate a lot, that it's really gonna help us. And I think we as youth can do something towards peace building also. And now, to offer a final keynote, I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Divino Roberto Versino. He is a dynamic educator, peace ambassador, and youth empowerment advocate from the Philippines with a strong track record of community leadership and global engagement. With a deep commitment to peace, education, and youth leadership, he has collaborated with the organization like the World Peace Track, Global Peace Chain, and Rotary Youth Leadership Awards to amplify the voices of young changemakers. Mr. Robideau is known for designing transformative learning experiences that integrate value education, intellectual dialogue, and emotional intelligence. His impact spans school system, NGOs, and international development projects aimed at reducing inequality and promoting unity. As a speaker, trainer, and facilitator, he brings a unique blend of enthusiasm, empathy, and global vision. Mr. Divino Roberto continues to inspire communities across Asia and beyond through his unwavering belief that every young person holds the potential to be a builder of peace, progress, and purpose in the world. We welcome you, sir. And even I would like Devesh to please share the presentation which sir has asked us to do. So you can start.
Divino, you are muted. You can please start. Please unmute yourself. Thank you. Can we have the other screen? Can we have his presentation?
So we cannot hear you. I think you have not unmuted yourself. I'm requesting from here you to unmute, sir. It would be there on your screen at the top or at the bottom of the screen.
Most parents unmute हो सकता है.
So we cannot hear you still. Sir, I'm asking from here you to unmute. You can see either top of your screen or down at the bottom of your screen.
Does he want us to read it? Like, do you want me to read it out loud?
Divino, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Thank you. We can't hear you.
Maybe it's not working. Should we read it or no?
It will be nice. Maybe Dr. Destry, you can please help us to read that. Thank you.
Okay, he says, dear listeners, speakers, CMS students who are attending this conference, the Unifusion team, please accept my compliments. For me, this is a special conference for the advancement of the global socialization and education system in all areas of mission and profession of women and men on the planet. Therefore, my best wishes and good faith in the work about the global unity and this action movement by Unifusion, its team and its CEO, Dr. Shishir Srivastava. My focus here is in fact global peace. And if you want to scroll down, I can continue to read.
Devesh, next slide, please. Yeah, please keep changing the slides. Dr. Desmi, you may please keep reading.
He has to move the screen down. I can't do it.
He has moved the screen.
Sir
Yes.
has unmuted himself. Yes, ma'am. So you can take over from here, or if you want to play, play.
Yeah, I
from
think
this.
you can read. Divino is here.
Okay,
we can hear you
here
now.
we go. Yeah, so in
Divino, please speak. Divino, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Yes.
Dear listeners,
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
dear listeners, speakers, CMS students who are attending this conference, the Infusion team, acceptance my compliments. For me, this is a special conference for the advancement of the global socialization and education systems in all areas of the mission and profession of women and men on the planet. Therefore, my best wishes and good faith in the work about the global unity and this action movemented by Infusion, its team and itself, Dr. Shishir. My focus here is, in fact, global peace, but involving unity, security, and integral defense of the environment and the different cultures of the planet. And I speak only as a woman observer on a voluntary mission of peace. And I begin by highlighting the following observations on the subject in this conference. 1. That the greatest global environment and cultural risk to the planet at this point in history is contained in these elements, in these elements. The struggle for world hegemony marked by Russia, the USA, and China. Current wars involving technologies and the use of nuclear energy for mass and long-distance destruction, especially the war between Israel and Iran, Russia, and Ukraine. The lack of ordering of industrial culture 4.0, the principle of unity, security, and international planetary peace, environmental and global socio-cultural. That the greatest difficulty in elimination these three elements for the realization of environmental care, security, and planetary peace lies in the lack of approach and acceptance of the following fact by people, states, and nations. The human well-being involving unity, security, and integral defense of the environment and planetary culture. 3. That the promotion and development of the approach and acceptance of this fact is essential for the organization of nations, states, and governments from the perspective of establishing the unity, security, and well-being or peace. In general, this fact constitutes the immediate change and at the same time the necessary action for we support so that we may achieve the achievements of peace, security, and sustainable development in all current and future nations, cultures, generations, and human relations in territorial and extraterritorial space. More effective environment management, more efficient and effective environmental management and care of life and environments. Throughout the current and future millennia, and I note finally that our greatest problem on the path of achieving this goal is the following: the existence of a great void in terms of organization, socialization, and human cultural education on the principles of national unity and well-being or health of the being in the national diversity and international relations of the planet. That said, the essential question is, what have the nations and culture of the planet managed to present to use to fill his void after 2 world wars? And from my point of view, the answer is therefore is therefore and historically based on the dream linked to the millennials process, defended by civilized and political cultural authorities such as in the universal cultural fields of the planet, in its different territories and peoples, human beings of this natural. Our ladies, defined in all culture in different forms, Krishna, Confucius, Moses, Christ, Mohammed, and Buddha. And in the political fields of the different territories and economies of the planet, personalities such as Mahatma Gandhi, Eleanor Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson, Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King, and among many others, peoples through corporations and services linked in some way to elements such as basic. The global indigenous family and philosophy that offers unique perspective on issues such as the relationship between humans and nature, ethnic, timing, knowledge, and environmental well-being in different areas of the planet. The global philosophical community of Immanuel Kant and Victor Hugo, and German Wesons, and the global scientific community of Albert Einstein, Edgar Morin, Bertrand Russell, Norman Conscience, and Leo Bloom. And it is important to note that in all ancient and modern civilizations, political and religious functions consist of customs of faith, truth, and security, and all of which are combined or interconnected. All of which have religions leaders exercing significant influence on political decisions, and at the same time, political leaders seeking legitimacy and unity for the exercise of the power by religions. So, there are the threefold answer to the questions. One, that League of Nations and the UN merged into a constitutional tripod of citizenship, peace, and world security, namely the Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the International Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the treaties associated with this tripod. Two, the demands for the establishment of a state of citizenship and governance on a planetary scale, shared by all nations and international generations of the planet in its internal space and interplanetary space. 3. The historical precedents of the process of establishing the cultural unity of the West, a cultural and governmental process developed under the aegis of the Christians, Apostolic, Catholic, and Roman Alliance, with these public figures as the subjects of law that gave risk to the action. 1. The political governmental authority of the Emperor Theodosius, and his imperial partners, Gratian and Valentinian, and Valentinian I, and the cultural authorities of the apostles of Jesus Christ, and the allies of different categories, religions and not religions, or Catholic, in language, elements with a vocation for universality. Conclusion. In this moment of history, the scenario of the universe of human and governmental relations indicates, from my point of view, this path as an axis of actions and cultural union to fill this void that I hungered, lingered. The nothing of a new series of conferences related to the UN and the global cultural order under the auspices of the organization's Trustership Council with will focus. The organization of the cultural legitimacy of the UN with its constitutional tripod being formally indicated and established as the body, soul, and the spirit constitution, the order that must prevail among peoples, states, nations, and human interplanetary relations from this nuclear planetary era, or from current and future human generations, where the objective of the operations would be the actions of building a cultural unity of planetary dimensions linked East and West within the UN and the original precursor of this action. And in this context, it is necessary and democratically conditional to establish a special focus on the Convention on the Rights of the Children as the axis of socialization and primary education by mothers, families, and schools from the gestation and birth of children until the age of 40 years, and From then on, which within each sequence as the axis of support for the educational and social process in the secondary and university school and digital global terrain. In both cases, considering that the media and professional support services for entertainment, socialization, and education in all areas as essential part of the process, because the worldwide application of implementation of the conventions on the rights of children is of excuse me, my lecture, of utmost importance as an essential axis of the constructions of global cultural unity with the UN. The UN as an entity with international legal personality, legitimated for this action by the victorious powers of the Second World War and the Allies, and which can and should count on a historical precedent favorable to the process. In the case, the process of establishing cultural unity in the West. And that is all I can summarize for you today at this important conference organized by Unfusion with itself, Dr. Sishi Srivastava, alias sponsors and us, content contributors. So I acceptable and possible to you, please send these observations to the UN, considering your assessments. Thank you all for your attention, and I am available for questions and clarification, but my English is not good, and my lecture, I have some difficulty with my hours here in these moments. Excuse me. E aí, meu filho?
I feel deeply honored to extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for your profound and visionary address today. Your recognition of history leaders, thinkers, and spiritual icons across civilizations reminded us of the shared human dream of peace, dignity, of coexistence. Thank you, sir, for sharing your light, your vision, and your unwavering belief in the potential of humanity. It was not just a speech, it was a movement of awakening for all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Now, and to offer our final keynote, I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Welissin Mokwe. She is an accomplished Cameroon media professional, philanthropist, gender advocate, and diplomat, widely recognized for her dedication to empowering undeserved communities. She is the founder and president of the Welissin Foundation, through which she has spent over 6 years championing the well-being of women, girls, and vulnerable population affected by the Anglo crisis. Her initiatives include Lead Girls and Lead Now, menstrual health, donations to IDP and refugees, and the One Girl, One Dream program supporting girls with disabilities. Dr. Welissin is also a certified United People Global Sustainability Leader and a Malaria No More ambassador. Her foundation has led breast cancer awareness campaigns and teenage pregnancy prevention programs like Vaccines, Sans Grosses, a multi-award winning humanitarian. She has received honors such as the 40 Under 40 Africa Georgia State House, USA, humanitarian recognition, and 50 most inspiration. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Krita. Thank you, Dr. Shishi, for having me. Thanks to all the panelists and all the participants who have joined us this afternoon, or is it evening, morning, wherever you are, for this wonderful conversation. I have been inspired and I've learned a lot from the previous speakers. And please, let's network after this. That said, like Kriti has rightly said, I'm a Cameroonian diplomat, a journalist, and gender advocate. And so I work mostly in the space of women empowerment. So my intervention is going to be in the light of the role of women in peace building and sustainability, because sometimes women are being treated like an afterthought instead of as active participants and partners in the process of peace building and unity. And so the role of women in peace building is vital and multifaceted, encompassing their contribution across various levels, local, national, and international. Recognizing and amplifying women's role in peace building processes not only promotes gender equality, but also leads to more sustainable and comprehensive peace outcomes. Research shows that involving women in peace building increases the probability that violence will end by 24%. Women's participation in peace negotiation increases the durability and the quality of peace. Investigating 82 peace agreements in 42 armed conflicts between 1989 and 2011 found that peace agreements with female signatories are associated with durable peace. Peace agreements signed by female delegates demonstrate higher implementation rate for agreement provisions. This goes to show that we need to bring more women on board. Here are some key aspects of women's role in peace. Women act as agents of peace and conflict resolution because they serve as mediators, negotiators, and leaders in the peace process. They bring a unique perspective to the table, and they have a strong voice when it comes to dialogue and facilitating dialogue. Women act as peer leaders at the community level, and they play a crucial role in grassroots peace building. We know that women in the community, especially in Africa, are very strong stakeholders, and involving them in the peace process is going to help to bring durable peace and sustainable peace. Women advocate for gender equality and human rights when they are on the peace table. Sometimes that could be oblivious, but when they are being brought in to stand for the rights of girls and women, that makes the peace process more assuring, and also they address marginalized groups. Participants in formal peace negotiation, increasingly women are participating directly in formal peace negotiation. Their inclusion enhances the legitimacy and comprehensiveness of peace. Women challenge patriarchal norms and structures. Their efforts can lead to societal transformation, fostering peace and equitable societies. Women can contribute to post-conflict recovery, which is a very important part of the peace process, because when women contribute to rebuilding infrastructure, education, and health systems, their involvement ensures that women needs are entirely addressed and lead to more resilient societies. However, women face several challenges in trying to bring up peace in the community. First of all, there is a societal and cultural barriers. I don't know about your own continent or your own countries, but there are a lot of barriers when it comes to women's participation in peace processes, because there's a belief that women should not be involved in politics, security, or negotiations in some contexts. Also, there are patriarchal structures that make it sure that the process is male-dominated, and often men lead peace processes and take leadership roles in most parts of Africa. And if you look around, you realize that when we look at peacemaking tables, it's usually considered a male-dominated or a male-centered field. When we look at legal frameworks, there's an absence of law or policies that mandate or support women's participation in peace processes. There is limited institutional support, weak or non-existent mechanism within governments or organizations to facilitate women's involvement. Women peace builders often face threats, intimidation, or violence, including gender-based violence, retaliation, or harassment. There is a fear of stigmatization, social repercussions for women participating in peace-building processes that makes them to be afraid to join in peace talks because they're going to be a backlash against them in their communities, especially when it has to do with government, state armies versus secessionist groups or armed groups. Women are often included superficially or as a symbolic figure rather than as true decision makers. Sometimes we'll just add 1 or 2 women just for window dressing instead of having them actively participating in the peace building process. Their views may be overlooked or dismissed even during peace talks. Women often bear the majority of domestic and caregiving responsibilities, which give them limited time to have the opportunity to be part of peace building processes. There's an absence of community or organized support to balance peace activism with personal household responsibilities. Thus, they are automatically eliminated from the procedure. There's a lack of recognition and respect for gender bias, disregard for women's perspective and contribution. Continued conflicts can threaten women's safety and hinder their participation. So how then can we have women's voices heard in the peace-making process? What can we do collectively as a nation, as a global community, as individuals to enhance this? First, we have to promote gender equality and inclusive policies. We also have to create where we are going to have quotas and affirmation action, use temporal measures like gender quotas to ensure that women are represented in peace negotiations and leadership roles. We have to create safe space and accessible spaces for women to participate in the peace process. Also, we have to empower women through education and capacity building, offer training on negotiation, leadership, conflict resolution, and raising awareness if we want them to be active participants in peace building. We have to address cultural and societal barriers that block women from being part of the peace process through the media, education, and advocacy. And lastly, we have to ensure women's participation in meaningful and non-token stake participation, provide finances, offer funding to women, and initiative focus on peace building. Also, we have to provide legal assistance to women who face threats due to their activism for peace in every nation. So in conclusion, I would like to say that women should not be treated like an afterthought in the peace building process. Women bear the brunt of violence of war because sometimes they are used as elements of war or victims of war through rape and sexual assault. And so they should be actively involved in the process of peace building so that we can have a sustainable peace and so that we can have equitable peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening and impactful address. You rightly highlighted how peace building remains a male-dominated space, especially across many parts of Africa, where men largely lead decision-making roles. At the same time, your emphasis on the vital role women play locally, nationally, and internationally was truly powerful. The data you shared, including the 24% higher chances of ending violence with women involvement, clearly shows the need for inclusive peace progress. Your words reminded us that gender equality is not just a moral imperative, but a path to lasting peace. We are truly grateful for your presence and for inspiring us today. As we come to the end of this inspiring closing session on peace building, I want to take a moment to reflect and express my deepest gratitude. Thank you to all remarkable speakers for sharing not just your insight, but your conviction and compassion. Each of you reminded us that peace is not passive, it's bold, it's built word by word, act by act, heart by heart. And now I would like to invite Dr. Shashir to address the audience and to close the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. I have invited.
Thank you, Ms. Kriti. Thank you for conducting this session so well. So I would like to especially acknowledge the contribution of our interns. We had 4 interns this summer. Ms. Kriti Khanna is one of them. We had Ms. Neha Jha, Mr. Abhinav Singh, and Mr. Devesh Chaturvedi, all helping us. They were very instrumental in right from designing the concept of this conference to making the invitation letter, selecting which all countries to be invited, the participants to be invited, and also making wonderful creatives to promoting them on social media and taking the responsibility to, frame each session and coordinate each and every session. One intern was responsible for one of the sessions. So they were very dedicated. They worked day and night, and congratulations. They did not leave any stone unturned in order to make a huge success out of this conference. So thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to thank our speakers now. Thank you so much. On a Saturday afternoon and early morning, you got up. This shows and reflects on your great commitment towards bringing about global peace, harmony, and sustainability. We thank Mr. Divino Roberto. We thank Dr. Mokwe. We thank Mr. Hans Noot. We thank Ms. Carmen Balestro. And also we thank Dr. Desiree Mortensen. All of you from 5 different, I would say all of us from 5 different continents joined hand. I think it's a great beginning. And as Ms. Carmen was saying that she's a medium between the higher world and us, I believe what she said and the great invocation she called for, the prayer, I think that is a great reflection that the time for global unity is now arrived. We have created a plan for Global Unity 2035, and we would like all of you, and I'm inviting all of you to be a part of that movement, wherein we are not only going to empower children as global citizens, but also we would like to bring about educators like you to guide the next generation, because you have wealth of experience, expertise, you know how this world works. And this generation, the Gen Z and the upcoming generation, Gen Alpha, needs hand-holding from you, guidance from you, support from you to make this world more equitable, sustainable, peaceful, loving, and kind for not just all human beings, but for all life on earth. So thank you so much once again, all of you, for joining us. We also thank our teammates, Ms. Ashmita Singh, and last but not the least, most importantly, I would like to thank Mr. Navash Pandey, my good colleague, friend, partner with Unifusion, and also Ms. Shambhavi Mishra. She has been very dedicatedly working to, on the data front, to sending all the invites, to compiling them, all the participants together. She has worked very proactively and supported by Mr. Navash Pandey. Both of them have been very instrumental. And without your support, this conference was not possible. So thank you, everyone. And I would like to thank all the principals and teachers and students who are listening to us in India, who have joined us, who have given us their valuable time. So once again, my heartfelt gratitude. And we do hope to meet again in another such forum, and maybe with a larger audience. Today we had about 20 speakers from morning till now, and it's about 9:30 in India. And we are still, the interns came early in the morning at 9 a.m. So it's more than, 13 hours they are away from home. So once again, thank you. And we hope that we will continue with this movement. We will continue to bring, world peace and world unity. And that's our commitment towards the world we have inherited. And we are going to give it to the next generation. Thank you so much. And if anyone has any question or thing to say, otherwise we'll close this meeting after this. Thank you so much. Okay. So once again, great thanks, Dr. Desiree, Mr. Hans Noot, our dear friend Divino, Dr. Mokwe, Ms. Carmen, and all the dear friends who are here with us. Thank you so much for being with us. And we do hope to conduct another such conference in future. We also have, I can see Ms. Neena Bhatnagar. She's the principal of a prominent school here in Lucknow. She had joined us, and I would like to acknowledge her presence as well. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Good night. Bye.